Welcome to the Committee of Adjustment meeting for Friday, September 18th, 2020. My name is Tom Hill, and I will be chairing the meeting today. And this morning, there's a public meeting scheduled for 1 consent application and 9 minor various applications. There's also 1 application that is not subject to public meeting to consider consent. I will briefly summarize the procedure that we will be using this morning. First of all, the Secretary Treasurer will advise the committee as to when, how, and to whom notice of each of the hearings was circulated for the applications being considered. Next, each of the applications will be considered separately. Planning staff will advise as to the purpose and effect of the application and provide any other information that is relevant. The Secretary Treasurer will summarize any correspondence that we have on file. And from there, the applicant can make a brief presentation if they so choose. And the public will also have an opportunity to comment on the applications. And from there, following the public forum, the committee will deliberate on the proposed application and consider a motion to pass, defeat, or defer the decision of the applicants. The consent application being considered this morning is B20-07 for Island 1700 Georgian Bay. The minor variance applications being considered this morning are A18-33 for 273 South Bay Road, A1948 for 125 Ravine Way, A20-07 for 219 Big Rock Road, A20-10 for 367 Steep Rock Road, A20-11 for 812 Island 2210, A2012 for 126 Myers Lake Road, A2013 for Island 1700, A2014 for 356 Birch Acres Drive, A2015 for 174 Smooth Rock Drive, and the consent application not subject to a public hearing is B20-04 for 201 Macy Bay Road. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? And Colin, you have a couple of you, and I believe you've already submitted those. Anyone else? Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, as we move along, I may have to have the consultation first. So
okay.
Before we get to it, I will declare.
Thank you, Councillor Bocha. Secretary Treasurer. Oh, okay, sorry. Prior to that, could we have a motion to adopt the agenda for today's meeting? All those in favor? Motion is carried. Now, Madam Secretary.
Notice of each of the applications was sent by first-class mail to the respective owners and assessed persons within 120 meters, 500 meters, or 800 meters, and to those persons and agencies likely to have an interest in the application. The notices were sent at least 20 days prior to this morning's meeting. Included in each notice was an explanation of the purpose and effect of the application and a key map showing the location of the property. Other relevant information may also have been provided. These circulations were provided in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act 1990.
Thank you. And our first application is A18-33 for 273 South Bay Road. To the planner, please.
Morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. It's been quite some time. And members of the public. My name is Jamie Robinson, planning consultant with the municipality. This first application is coming back to you. It was previously before the committee in December of 2018. This application is a variance application to permit a a detached garage with a floor area of 232.3 square meters, the max, which is effectively 2,500 square feet. The maximum permitted size in the bylaw is 1,200 square feet, or 112 square meters. This building is actually already constructed. It is constructed in accordance, it's used currently as a quote-unquote aerodrome. The purpose of the variance application is that should the use of the building ever change, it would be able to be used for another use in compliance with the planning documents. This would bring that into compliance. I have the reason for the original deferral was to provide some more information and get some more details about the Transport Canada information, talk to the building official at the municipality, and generally get some information about the potential impact of the structure. It's now, as I mentioned, constructed. There's a number of photos that are provided as part of the application package, and I'll take you to those in a second. And then, but what I'll do before I mention that is, in terms of discussions with the chief building official, he's indicated that should the use of this building ever change and it be used for something that isn't related to federal aviation, that there would be an order placed on the building, and they have to obtain a building permit from the municipality and demonstrate compliance with the Ontario Building Code at that time. That is not an issue for this committee to consider. This committee's task and real focus should be the appropriateness of the variance, so really the size of the building and the variances that are requested to the bylaw, not the specific use of the building. So just in terms of a few key photos which I'd like to provide for you, and just as I'm going there, I will mention that the previous planning report did touch on the four tests and the minor variance, the intent of the zoning bylaw, the intent of the official plan, as well as the desirability and being minor. And the previous planning report did conclude that the four tests of the variance were met in this instance. So I'm not going to repeat those items, but if there's any questions with respect to those, I can do my best to try to answer those. So just in terms of the location, your agenda package, I'm looking now at page 14 of the agenda package, the location map and the aerial photo. Or you've got the presentation in front of you, sorry. So let's just flip to the presentation. Okay. So in the presentation, page 3 of the presentation shows the location map. Page 4 of the presentation shows the aerial photo. I will mention on page 4, the owner has purchased a triangular piece adjacent to Linton Road and South Bay Road in the bottom right-hand corner of the drawing. So the red line doesn't actually reflect the limits of the property. That was what's in the township mapping, but they also own that triangular shaped piece is part of the lot now. If you flip to page 5, you can see the extent of that triangular piece being included in the lot. You can see the location of the proposed garage. Slide number 6 shows a view of the existing structure from South Bay Road. Item 7, slide number 7 shows the location of the structure from Linton Road. And then figure 8 shows the location of the structure from the subject lands. Key considerations here are what the zoning bylaw limiting the size of accessory structures on shoreline residential properties to 112 square meters is to ensure that the impact of the massing of accessory structures doesn't impact the shoreline of the property, use from the property. In this case, the building is not visible from the water. It is visible from the roadway, but it's staff's opinion that based on the review of these photos and the site visit that the proposed building is not overdevelopment of the subject lands. And for that reason, we recommended approval of the proposed application. If there's any questions that flow from any of the information from the proponent or from the committee, I'd be happy to do my best to try to answer those at that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Jimmy. Is the applicant present? No? Then is there any member of the public that would like to speak to this application? Okay, seeing no one from the public, I will bring the application before the committee. Sorry. Oh, is there any correspondence?
3 letters of support were received from Marilyn Dubman, Moreau Bessa, and Rob Jameson and Sandra Former.
Okay, thank you. All right, then we'll bring the application before the committee for any questions or comments. And we'll begin with Member Jarvis.
So could you just, Cindy, what was the correspondence again?
3 letters of support from,
That's just a part, okay, that's,
Yeah.
that's what I was curious about. My concerns are with regards, we're talking about just the fact that it is a structure, not what the application is for necessarily right now, but the fact is it is 107% greater than what's allowed GFA wise on that in this jurisdiction. And the height is, I think I calculated, is 44% increase. I'm not necessarily really happy with those numbers from the standpoint of a minor variance. I'm looking at this and going, okay, it's not a major house on the standpoint of the view from the canoe as we tend to talk about. So I have difficulty understanding how this could be considered a minor variance based on the size of the structure. Other than that, I'm not going to have to be opposition.
Thank you, Member Jarvis. Member Demke?
Yes, thank you. I have basically the same concern. Is there like a federal approval of this because it's aerodrome? I thought I was reading something about there's a certain approval they had to get to even build this.
It would be required, yes, it is under federal jurisdiction. You have to meet the federal building code requirements associated with aerodrome.
So does that override any other jurisdiction requirements?
It's really related to, through you to the member, it's really related to the use of the building. So provided it continues to be used for an aerodrome purposes, the township really has no involvement in the building or the use of it. So in that case, it's federal jurisdiction. If the use changes, so if the building's used to store things that aren't related to, so anything other than aircraft, then now it is no longer federal jurisdiction, it's now municipal jurisdiction. So it really is dependent on the use of the building.
Okay, I guess the question then I sort of wrote down was, if we looked at this without that particular aspect of it, if they just wanted to build a garage that size, would it be considered minor?
Through you to the member, that's the way it's been looked at by staff, is that we've looked at it not only from the perspective of the use of the building being for an accessory use to a residential property, an accessory building to residential property, but we've also looked at it as if the structure is not even present on the property. That's the way that you need to look at these. If there's one benefit to structures being constructed, and this wasn't done legally, but if it wasn't, we have had situations where committees dealt with legal structures in the past, the one benefit to that is you can evaluate the quote unquote impact because the impact's already there. And in this case, there's no test of impact, but the impact really is encompassed in the other tests of variance. But I will just provide a bit more color because there have been 2 comments already right off the bat on evaluating how do we deal with these percentages, and is there a line in the sand when it's minor or not minor from a percentage perspective? And the answer to that is there is no line in the sand with respect to limitations. It's really the test is from a zoning bylaw perspective. The test is the intent of the bylaws. We really need to look at what's the intent of those zoning bylaw provisions. So the variance is here to height, and they're also to the size. So what's the intent of the height and size provisions? It's to make sure we don't have, I would say, overly high accessory buildings that in shoreline areas extend above the tree canopy, and that isn't the case here. And then secondly, from the area perspective, that the size of an accessory building is appropriate for the site in which it's located, both in comparison to the principal use, which is the principal dwelling, but also its visibility from off-site, particularly from the water.
Yeah, if this was built closer to the shore, it'd be much more of a problem with visibility.
Right, so it is a unique situation, and that's why the variance process is available to people, and those are the reasons, the factors that came into staff's determination of it being minor, despite the percentages involved.
Okay, that's.
I can just, one more point, there are instances where provisions have been completely removed from the bylaw. For example, a side yard setback has been taken to 0 and it's still been considered minor. So you can undertake even 100% reduction or increase in something and still have that tax. So there is no line in the sand.
Okay, thank you, Member Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Robinson, thanks for the additional explanation. I'm still, whilst I share the concern of my other two members so far, I'm trying to get it straight in my head. So if we do not approve this today and the applicant decides to sell his property, what happens to that building?
Through Mr. Chairman, so that building can be only ever used for anything related to aviation. Doesn't matter who built it. As soon as it's proposed to use something, or it's used for something else. Let's say somebody else buys it and does use it for something.
They store
else.
boats in there all of a sudden, right?
Then they're into an issue of non-compliance with the zoning bylaw, and we have to place an order on the property, and they would have to either remove the building, bring it into compliance, or seek a variance. So that person at that point in time could apply for a variance, could apply for a zoning bylaw amendment. The approval authority of the day, the council, the community adjustment of the day would consider it. If it's not approved, it could end up at LPAC, for example. So if it's not approved today, that's the process that you could expect in the future based on that.
And so just to be straight in my own mind, so if it does get approved today and the current owner sells it to Mr. Denby, for example, and he decides to store boats in there, that would be all right.
That's entirely legal, that's fair. Yes.
Thank you.
I guess the other thing is if you don't approve it today, the applicant has the ability to appeal that today.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Matthews. Member
Sorry,
Ferguson.
I thought Danny also, the other concern I had is that the lot coverage, well, it's a big lot, and yes, the view from the canoe is not affected. The view from the street is pretty hard to hide, even though there are a lot of trees around it. I drove by it again this morning on the way in. It's pretty evident, and going from 5% to 6.2%. You could say it's only 1.2 percentage, or you could say it's a 20% increase right, in lot coverage. That's my other concern. Thank you.
Member Ferguson.
Certainly there's a concern over it because the size is quite a bit larger than would be permitted for a normal garage. However, on the other hand, the building exists. And if we were to go to LPAT and they were to decline it, you would have no choice but to tear it down. Secondly, it's well back from the water, so it has no visual impact from the surrounding neighborhood on the water side. So I don't have an issue with this.
Thank you. Member Bojack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The first go around on this, I had an issue with it for this exact reason. It sets a precedence. If I get federal approval to build a garage on my property that's twice the size of what is allowed, and then I go to sell my property and I gain a minor variance, all of a sudden I have this big boat storage or whatever I want to use it for. So that was my concern the first time around, and here we are, we're dealing with it in this manner. I don't think, and I disagree with staff with this being minor in nature. I don't believe it's a minor variance. I think this is a zoning amendment that needs to happen. And I don't know, I'm gonna ask Jamie the question. If this is turned down by the Committee of Adjustments, can it be referred to council in the way of a zoning amendment, or is it dead here?
through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. It's entirely up to the applicant. The applicant could make they could basically, they have two options. They could appeal to the LPAT, they could not appeal, and this minor variance application sort of dies, so to speak. And they could resubmit another application for zoning bylaw amendment now or at any point in the future. So it would be a separate application, but they would have that opportunity.
Okay, so this came before us, and we were told, and I argued the point that it was federally regulated. And I said, how can someone in this township build a building like this and not have any approvals from the township whatsoever to do with anything to do with the building? And my concerns were if it ever caught on fire, our fire department is going to run into a building where there's no plan. And everything was squashed, and this thing was built 2 years ago, and without any township approval at all. And the fear was one day the applicant is going to want to sell this property, and what are we going to do at that point in time? Well, here we are, going to allow what I believe not to be a minor variance and trying to pass it through the Committee of Adjustments. So I do not support this application, and I question the fact that it's minor in nature. Thank you.
Member Caddo?
The only question I had was asked by Member Matthews. It is an awful large building, but to me, if it's sold, somebody else buys this and they're not allowed to use it as anything other than for a helicopter airplane, I think it's going to fall in disrepair. Like a piece of profit there. Other than that, I would support it.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple of additional comments there. One to do with the chain of events, the timing of how this rolled out. You know, it would appear that somebody contemplating a building of this size would have become aware that that would exceed the township zoning bylaws substantially. So having the opportunity to build it under the federal jurisdiction allowed this to go forward without the benefit of the township building department inspecting footings, foundation, looking at the construction plans, you know, all of the things that a typical construction would require. So as was mentioned before, we have no idea, the township has no idea as to, you know, how the construction process took place, nor I haven't heard mentioned that you know, inspection documents that the federal government may have done are available to the township of that nature, and question whether in fact there was any inspection as this thing went forward. So I think there's a lot of questions that sort of lean towards the fact that the applicant may have gone ahead with this application with the idea in mind that it may be easier to ask for approval once the building is up than go through the process of getting approval beforehand. So I agree with some of the comments here. I don't think this is desirable. I do not think it's minor, and I think that perhaps the applicant ought to pursue some of the other options that are available rather than getting a minor variance. So having said that, I will read the resolution.
Mr. Chair, supplement?
Yes.
Jamie, do you know if our building department received engineer drawings on this building?
Through Mr. Chair, no, the building department is not involved in this at all because it isn't used for, it's a aviation building right now. So that's the reason why the municipality has no involvement from a code perspective or building perspective. If it ever proposes to be used for something that isn't aviation related, as I mentioned, there would immediately be an order put on the property that says that you can't occupy or use this building, and they would have to submit a building permit application. It'd have to be supported by engineered drawings, signed off by an engineer that has reviewed and approved the building. those would be reviewed by the municipality, and then a subsequent permit would be issued or modifications would be undertaken to the building to ensure it complied with the building code at that time. But that isn't, so that's the process that would take place in the future if it was ever proposed to be used for that use. So there's been nothing done that's illegal or untoward here. The building is being used for aviation purposes now. That's what it was designed for. That's why it was built. And that's why the owner went through the process that he did, because that was the process available to him that he was required to follow. What this application seeks is that he's looking into the future, that if he does ever propose to sell it at some point in time in the future, that there is an opportunity for someone else to use it for something else. But, so yes, the building department has not looked at this.
Okay, and supplement to that, again, would it be common practice that our planning department would allow a heliport in a residential zoning on a regular basis? Because to me, if you have a helicopter that you're using for commercial use, why would it be allowed to be erected originally on a zoning of residential? So I just see too many hairs on this, and I don't think it's something that should be in front of the Committee of Adjustments. I think it should have been brought to council as a zoning amendment, and I'll stand firm that I don't support the application due to those reasons.
Just to your, I think you asked one question there about the planning department and the use of an aerodrome in a residential zone. Again, that isn't something that's controlled by the zoning bylaw, or actually under the jurisdiction of the township, so we have no ability to look at it. It's kind of like another issue that council is dealing with this week in terms of jurisdiction not falling on the township related to sewage systems, that we don't have the ability to look at it and make decisions on it. So there's a bit of parallels there.
But I'm sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
In other instances, there's always a site plan agreement where the location of the building and the setbacks and that is scrutinized by our planning department and by council, where in this case, it was not. Correct?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, that's correct. One of the recommended conditions of approval, if the committee were to approve the application, is to apply site plan control to this property. So it would be required to enter into a site plan agreement. But that's at least staff's recommendation.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Member Jarvis?
Just to follow up on the question, so we've established that the feds basically gave the okay on this. It's a heliport, helicopter storage shed. It exceeds our guidelines, but that's neither here nor there, since the feds are the ones that are the approving agency on this. We're looking at down the road what happens if this building is sold. And my concern, and maybe you can reassure me, is if the property or the building changes use, how is the planning department aware that use has changed?
So through Mr. Chair to the councillor, it's like any zoning compliance matter, any building compliance matter. It's a complaint-based system or an observation-based system. There has to be someone identify that there's a concern there.
It's just so we're all aware that unless somebody complains about the change in use of this building will be there, it'll be used for whatever it's used for until somebody complains about it. So it's nice to know that the planning department has the jurisdiction to say, you gotta remove it or whatever decision happens after it's being used for something else. That only happens if a complaint comes to them. So this thing could stay there forever being used as a, I don't know, B&B. And until somebody complains about it, it's there. So it's something we gotta consider in our decision.
Yeah, that's a good point, Member Jarvis. There's nothing as we stand that prevents the owner from continuing to use the building that was erected under the auspices of the federal government. So there's no hardship, I think, from that standpoint. It's just the concern is what happens in the future. And a concern about us being asked to qualify or approve something for a different use before that even happens. And, you know, back to the timing again, if you look at the pictures that were provided, you know, the correspondence with the township started when the building was in its beginning stages. You know, you could see that there was just the framing, I guess the footings and that were put in. So I think there was an opportunity there to involve the building department, provide the necessary information for future to say, okay, just so you know, if we do come and ask for a minor variance, we have followed the building code, and here's proof. But I haven't seen any of that, so I think we have a clear understanding of where we are based on what we heard in the previous meeting and today. Are there any other further questions or comments? Member Ferguson, did you have your hand up?
So that if we were not to approve it today, the owner would have the option to let this die. If there were a sale of the building down the road negotiated, it could be conditional on approving a minor variance for the held room, at which time we would garner a lot more information requesting any subsequent purchaser. Is that not correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's quite conceivable.
Yeah, he could go ahead and continue using it the way it is now, and
Until such time he decides to sell it.
Yeah.
And then if the minor variance were to come before us, we would certainly have a lot more information on any potential purchaser and the ultimate use of that building.
that's true.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions or comments, Mr. Danke?
Just further to Member Ferguson's comments, if we approve it, and even under that condition as a minor variance, it still goes against the fact that I don't think this is a minor variance, and that would be a concern to me.
Okay, very good. All right. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I will read the motion. Be it resolved that the Township of Georgian Bay Committee of Adjustment approves the minor variance application A 18-33 to zoning bylaw 2014-75 for 273 South Bay Road to permit the development of a detached garage with an increase in height of the detached garage where 4.5 meters is permitted to 6.5 meters. An increase in maximum ground floor area of a detached garage where 112 square meters is permitted to 232.3 square meters, and an increase in the maximum lot coverage where 5% is permitted to 6.2%. Subject to the following: A, that municipal taxes be paid to date. B, that approval of this variance is granted and fixed to the subject site plan, extent, location, scale, and use contemplated in the application. C, that a site plan control approval application be submitted and approved, and that a site plan agreement be executed detailing the proposed development and landscaping. And D, that approval of this variance expires 3 years from the date of decision if building permits have not been issued for the approved structure. All those in favor? Okay, we have one in favor. The application is therefore denied. Thank you. Okay, our next application is A 19-48 for 125 Ravine Way. To the planner, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an application that was previously before the committee of adjustment. Some modifications there were some concerns with the overall scale of the variances that were needed to accommodate the building that was proposed at that time. The owner and the agent have gone back to the drawing board, so to speak, and they've made some reductions in terms of the size of the building to address some of the comments that were provided at the previous public hearing. What's being proposed, this is just in terms of the location of this property. If you'll probably look at your page 10 or slide number 10, subject property is located on Huron Trail on 6 Mile Lake. In terms of the variances that are necessary, there's a few different variances. And these first few are the same as the previous application that came to committee. A setback from the front yard setback of 12 meters on the west side, a setback of 15 meters from the front yard of the shoreline on the north side. And then in terms of the changes to the application, the maximum dwelling width of 23.9 meters, 16.25 is what's permitted, that has been reduced. So the main change to the building is the double car garage has been removed from the building, which has resulted in a reduction in terms of the maximum GFA of the building and also the maximum width of the building. So the next variance, as I have alluded to, is a reduction in the maximum gross floor area to 400 square meters from what was previously proposed, and I'll provide a bit more detail about that in a moment. The next variance, which this staff report provides some analysis of, relates to the septic system. What they've identified in terms of placing the septic system was there's a well in the neighboring property that affected where the septic system was proposed to be located. So as a result of that, they're unable on the site to meet the 30-meter setback that's required from the high water mark or from the normal controlled high water mark, sorry. And so a septic system setback of 20 meters is proposed. And that's the additional variance. If you flip your presentation to the next slide, 11, you'll see the subject property right now. So 11 and 12, 11 is the aerial, and slide number 12 is the proposed site plan. So looking at the site plan on number 12, this property is a peninsula of land. There's an existing cottage that's basically set out on the peninsula. This proposed redevelopment proposal for the subject lands would remove that existing building and move the dwelling to a location that's not effectively out at the end of the peninsula. It's more centrally located on the lot. And then, so this proposed building location is the same location as the committee saw at the previous time I was here. The main difference is the garage has been removed, and the applicant's planner will, I'm sure, speak to those items. Just in terms of site photos, the site photos are provided on the next few pages. What these really will take away from this is that there is quite a significant amount of vegetation along the shoreline, and that the location of the proposed dwelling will be quite screened from the shoreline from the existing vegetation. Site plan control is one of the recommended conditions of approval should this application be approved. So just in terms of giving the committee an idea about the scale of the modifications that have been proposed, on page 23 of the agenda package, or page 3 of the staff report, there's a table 2 that provides an overview of the proposed changes so the committee can identify those, and I'll touch on a few of them. So first, again, the front yard setbacks remain unchanged. The previous application that the committee saw required a variance to the maximum lot coverage requirements. The changes that have been proposed remove that variance in its entirety. So from a lot coverage perspective, the proposed building would comply with the lot coverage requirements of the zoning bylaw. So that variance is no longer necessary. In terms of dwelling width, what the bylaw does on 6 Mile Lake is basically establish a sliding scale of maximum dwelling width based on the frontage of a property up to a maximum size. In this instance, there is a variance needed to that provision. It's the previous proposal had a width of 32 meters. This proposal has a width of 23.9 meters. So there's been a very significant reduction from what was proposed previously to the committee. And in terms of overall GFA, well, just speaking in terms of square footage, the previous proposal had a building size of just about 5,100 square feet, where the building is proposed to be 4,315 square feet. So there's been about a 700 approximately square foot reduction in building size at this meeting in comparison to the last one. So the previous justification provided in the last report for the Fort Testa minor variance still stands. The recommendation from staff previously was to approve the application. Given the variances, the proposed modifications have reduced the extent of the variances required, the recommendation is still to approve the application. This report that's been prepared also provides analysis on the septic system that's been the location, so the reduction from 20 meters to 30 meters. Key point there is that the official plan does provide the opportunity for considering septic systems that are closer to 30 meters from the high water mark, where that larger setback cannot be achieved, and this is one of those instances where it cannot be achieved. So with that, staff's recommendation is again, the proposal does meet the Fort Testa minor variance, that does meet the intent of the bylaw, does meet the intent of the official plan, it's desirable, and is minor in nature. So I believe the applicant has a presentation, I'm sure he'll allude on some, add to some of the materials I provided with respect to the changes to the application. I will note there's also a memorandum from the applicant's consultant that provides some details about the proposed changes. And that document is provided, that's page 45 of the original package. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeannie. Has there been any correspondence on this application?
4 letters of support was received from Julia Manning, Leslie Hood, and Bill Stewart, Paul and Kathy Hamilton, and the 6 Mile Lake White Cares Alliance, as well as 4 letters of objection from Brian Igham, Sheila Nazarelli, Tara Nazarelli, and Jeff Wood.
Thank you. Is the applicant present? And do you have some additional information to what was provided by the planners that you'd like to?
I'm going to allow Stephen, our planner, to speak on my behalf, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Stephen Bonner, Northern Vision Planning Limited, 109 Meadow Heights Drive, Bracebridge, Ontario, P1L184. I'm here representing Todd Jobin, who's here beside me at a distance. Certainly he's the proponent of this application. There should be our presentation, I believe, was printed off. Unfortunately, I guess the electronic facilities aren't available for us today. But anyways, I'll just try and quickly take you through my proposal here, my presentation. As Jamie had indicated, this was in front of committee in November 2019. We were asked to go back and reduce things, which we believe we have. I'm not going to go through those numbers that Jamie has. I think there's been some, in my opinion, fairly significant reduction. The one I will speak to is lot coverage has been reduced from 9% down to 7% and now complies. In my opinion, as a planner in cottage country, I think lot coverage is one of the main things of looking at densities of buildings, and I find that it's quite important. So the proposed width has certainly been reduced significantly as well. In this case, though, the width is measured diagonally across the dwelling. You're actually going to see it from a narrower perspective if you're out on the lake in this particular case. There is the table there that is on, unfortunately, I apologize, I didn't remember the slides that I had, but on the 4th page, there's a table there that Jamie had alluded to with the changes. I will point out, and going to the site plan on the 5th slide there, the one thing maybe fortunate to us of having deferral was it wasn't known at the time as to the location of the well on the neighboring property. The location of the well happens to be right at the southeast corner of the subject property, and it's just barely on the neighbor's land, but it's there. And of course, having a septic installer come out and look at it, he said, we have to be a distance away from that particular well. And so that's what's created the difficulty and the challenge with the septic system is the neighbor's well. So you'll see that from the site plan, you'll see that the existing dwelling is out on the point. Of course, in the case of point properties, they're seen from many different angles. This dwelling is going to be oriented to the westerly shoreline. So you won't be seeing it from the backside of the point, if I can call it that. It will only be seen from one side. And I certainly have slides that show the vegetative cover that is there. The next slide in my presentation shows the site plan in a little more detail, and maybe I should refer to that one, but just zooms in a bit, if you will, and gives the precise measurements. We are dealing with a property that is a point property, so it is challenging certainly from a setback point of view in particular. And as I say, now we comply with lot coverage. So one of the primary density parameters has been addressed. The following page, you'll see an elevation drawing. The top one is what you would see from looking from the west and looking east. The previous garage would have stuck out to the right somewhat. In the previous application, that has been taken off, and this elevation has been reduced. And we have a side elevation which is taken from the north side of the building. The garage actually protruded at one time quite a bit to the left of that, which is not there anymore. Over to the site characteristics, the very first one, you'll see the dense shoreline. This is the view from the west looking east. So again, very dense shoreline coverage. You're not looking at, this is a property that's fairly gentle in terms of its slope. So we're not dealing with a high slope situation. The next picture is a little bit closer, focusing in on the building location. And once again, you can see very dense shoreline vegetative buffer. The next one, and again, I apologize for not numbering, but it is page 10 of the of my presentation. This is from the end of the point, looking in at the existing dwelling that is there and the existing shoreline structure, which is a dock. The following photo, which shows the old dwelling, this is in what I refer to as sort of the back bay, if you will. It's around the point and in the back bay. And this, it's very old and tired out cottage. It's useful, but it's time to replace it. It's just one of those things. The next photo that has actually a boat trailer in it for reference. This is the approximation of the building site. And this is looking to the south. You can see the tree cover at the buffer on the right side of this, on the right half of the photo. And the next slide is standing on the building envelope right near the front of it, looking out towards the lake. Again, a fairly significant tree cover there. This is mostly eastern hemlock. The next picture is actually from the driveway looking towards the back bay. Again, there's heavy tree cover all around this particular property, except at the point a little bit where the existing dwelling is. The next slide, which has a little keep out sign on the right-hand side of the tree, you'll actually see the well. The wellhead there is, it looks like it's close to the dwelling, but it's actually, and you can see almost in the foreground there, you can see a red flag. It's not far off the corner of my client's property. In fact, some of this fill, we believe, is on my client's property, but there is the wellhead there, and we have to stay a certain distance from it. So in terms of my planning analysis, in the following page there, the official plan requires a shoreline target of 75% of the shoreline vegetation buffer is to be retained. We plan on retaining close to 100% on this particular property. 20 meter setback is your minimum. We're improving the setback from the existing one that's on the point. And there's also policy related to variances to gross floor area may be permitted provided visual impact will not be significant. In my opinion, given the shoreline vegetative buffer in this case, I don't believe the impact is going to be significant. Over the page, I think I've gone through these points here, that the dwelling will be moved off the point and not seen from multiple angles. The revised proposal I've mentioned, we know the gross floor area has been reduced, lot coverage complies, dwelling width reduced, and septic system is really in the only possible location on the property, trying to meet the maximum setback. I will point out, I know that there may still be some concern with gross floor area, it is a sizable dwelling. But the difficulty with gross floor area provision is it doesn't take into account things like the shoreline vegetative buffer, doesn't take into account the height of the building, the setbacks, architectural style, as well as lot coverage. So it's something you can change the GFA of a building by reducing the back side of it, and it doesn't change the appearance from the lake. So it is a difficult parameter to enforce on its own, in my opinion. Over on the next page, I think, I'm not sure committee is likely aware of the LPAT decision regarding the Fisher application, and that was approved by LPAT. Very similar size in terms of this proposed dwelling, and in fact, that property had steeper slopes and less tree cover than this one. So we have what I'll say, a more prime property for this type of structure. And the subject property has an actual frontage around the shoreline of 630 feet, so it's pretty sizable. And we do have the proposal is supported by a local ratepayer group, I think that you're aware. We did consult over on the next slide with Gunners Excavating regarding the septic system. And I'd like to note that it does comply with the Ontario Building Code. I recognize it is a variance from the zoning bylaw. So lastly, the code test of a minor variance, and these are my opinion, obviously the committee has to make up its own mind on these, but I'll just point out, under the general intent of the official plan, without going through all of them, I think the second bullet point, in my opinion, the proposed dwelling will not lead to built form dominating over the natural form, again, because of the shoreline vegetative buffer. The maintenance of the comprehensive zoning bylaw, on the next page, again, the setbacks will be enhanced in this case, and lot coverage is now within the maximum permitted. Going over to the next slide would be about the desirability for the appropriate development of the land. I would suggest again the proposed dwelling certainly needs to be replaced. I know that's the benefit of my owner, but I think in the general public, you want to see over time that these older dwellings get replaced with one that does help maintain value for people's land. And I believe the overall scale is not out of touch. And lastly, whether the proposal is minor, again, ultimately that's up to the committee. However, one of the things you look to in determining what is minor is the impact. What is the impact on the immediate property owners? In my opinion, it's insignificant. Again, I look to, and I know I've said many times, it says very dense tree cover in front. I think that's extremely helpful. So I'm here to answer any questions of committee if you so wish. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Feiner. That was an excellent presentation. And for those of us who had the opportunity to go and visit the site, you certainly put a great deal of effort of addressing the concerns that we had brought up earlier. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak to this application? Yes, sir. Could you please give us your name and address for the record?
My name is Brian Ingham. I'm the next door neighbor to the east on 66 Ravine Way.
Is that the new property that's next door or the other side?
It's on the east side. It's been there for 65 years.
I know the difference. It's a great. Yes.
Part of it's been 65. It was developed over years.
Thank you. And you had a comment?
I submitted a 2-page letter to you folks, which hopefully was printed in your possession. If not, I'd like to read it.
When did this, did we see?
I did, it was sent to us by email,
Okay.
so I have seen it and I have read your letter. So.
Thank you. Okay. Maybe you could just remind us of the key points that you put forward in the letter.
Sure. Thank you. So we've been on the lake for over 65 years. My dad came in and we built the place over time. And between us and Mr. Fever, who was the previous owner, we ran to great lengths to assure the stewardship of that back bay, the shoreline vegetation, and the water quality. It's a very sensitive bay. It's shallow, it's not filled full It's a refuge for a great many kinds of unique flora and fauna, rattlesnakes, bullfrogs, herons, bowfin. It's quite unique. And to the point where, you know, we really work hard to make sure that that bay maintained its water quality and its shoreline perception. Now, this proposal here is for double. I don't understand how it can be called minor. It's for double the square footage that's allowed. And there's been no change in the living space whatsoever. And it's the living space that drives the sewage consumption. And it's the living space that drives the size, number of trucks and cars and boats that are going to be on the property, impacting the soil, the shape of that peninsula is, you know, like most of them concave, is where the septic will be located. And with that size of a square footage home, you're going to for sure get sewage runoff into the bay. And with that size construction, you're going to lose the tree blind that planner talked about. Actually, he talked about primarily the tree blind on the other side, on the side facing out onto the west. We're on the east side, and you look into the back bay where he's planning to build his property. So that tree blind has already half disappeared that we have between us and where his building would go. We can already see well the property next door that's in your picture, in his proposal, the next door property to the other direction. That fellow has removed virtually all of the trees behind his place, so we can have a circular driveway and parking space. So we can see into his place. It's a monolithic construction. You can see what they've done to the front yard. It's all sand, right down to the water, completely covered all the rock. They brought in non-indigenous boulders to set up a big step. So they've done a great deal of site change on their property. We can see all the way to their property now, and this will be seen for sure. I had Matt Hillock, who's a forestry instructor and prof at Humboldt College, had to look at the property, and he says with certainty that that line that we have protection for our privacy is gone. I have not had a sewage specialist come in to look at that, but I do know for our own property what we had to do to make sure we sit way from that property and have a huge mound to ensure we won't get runoff, because it's a difficult property to put a sewage on properly and not have it flow into the back bay. If you've got a 4,000 square foot all living space building, you're going to have a lot of traffic. You're going to have a lot of people. You're going to have a lot of poops, and you're going to have a lot of probably laundry, all of which is generating a ton of phosphate into that, a lot of phosphate into that very special bay. And so, like, none of the codes are met. It's double its square footage. It's only 60% of the offsets on the to the shoreline. The sewage septic offset is only 60% of what it should be, and it's a property where if there was in the actual zoning bylaw, this would be one. It's just so inappropriate for the situation to be looking at this kind of variance, in my opinion, and for the reasons that I've laid out to you here. I did not see if there was a presentation that came along this time from the planner here. But as I mentioned in my letter, there are proposals for amelioration of these issues, which to me just don't make any sense at all. There's a recognition that we probably lose a bunch of the tree blind that we have versus protecting our view of that part of the building. And so the proposal was, well, we'll put some more trees in where we replace the building that's there, and that will give us a tree offset, like quid pro quo. It doesn't work that way. You can't replace the lost blind here with putting trees in over there. And I also object to the view, and Mr. Fever wouldn't like it to be told that his cottage was in ill repair. He kept that place up, and it was a nice looking cottage and very appropriate for the location. And I understand he didn't even have a septic on the property because it just wasn't appropriate for septic. He got some kind of exemption and continued to use a outhouse because it just wasn't appropriate.
There's no other, there's a compost toilet.
Compost
And he knew when we bought it, we were tearing it down. So I don't know where you come up with this. And the
No,
septic,
not that she wasn't tearing it down, but that the quality of the building was,
we've actually fixed it up.
yeah,
Okay,
good. That's great.
Mr. Ingram, I think you've done an excellent job of presenting the case from your point of view. And I do appreciate you taking the
Well, I
time.
appreciate
and-
the eager action that we,
and doing
away
that.
from the hospital and come here to make this presentation. So it's very important to us.
Thank you very much, appreciate it. Are there any other members of the public that wish to speak to this application? Seeing none, I will bring the application before the committee for any questions or comments, and we will begin with Member Ferguson.
I'm still concerned with the overall square footage, which is gross floor area, which again is double, more than double what the bylaw permits. And at the last meeting, the committee did concur that it was not a minor variance. And so that's why we asked for some structural changes to be made here to reduce the size. I know that the cottage is, the area where the cottage is going to face out on the 6 Mile Lake, there have been some trees removed. And when the new cottage is built, it's a very large 4,000 square foot, 2-story cottage. Will there be more trees required to remove to enhance the view from the cottage to the lake?
Can I answer that?
Sure.
No, the trees, I'm sorry. The trees that are along the shoreline will be staying. The only trees that have to come down are in the actual building envelope.
Right.
That's it. And the trees that did come down, you gotta think, like you said, 1955, nothing was done in that bush. There's still trees that are dead that we should have taken down, but we didn't because we didn't want to hinder the view going out as far as you guys come and do your sample and stuff like that, your walkthrough. There's still trees that have to come down that are dead, but not along the shoreline. And I'm not sure where he's talking about it because the house is actually way off the point now
Yes, it is.
from where he's seeing right now. So I don't understand the reasoning there, but I'm just asked to answer your question.
Okay, thank you. Any other
Thank you.
comments, Member Ferguson?
Just one other comment was there are certainly some significant old growth trees, a number of them which will come down to build the cottage.
No,
And there's a rock outcropping there. Are you
Yeah.
blasting that out or are you building over?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Towards the rear of the proposed new dwelling,
Yes.
there's a rock outcropping.
That's where the walkout's gonna be.
So you don't have to blast that.
I don't know that. They looked at that and we don't think they have to. I'm not an engineer, I don't know.
Right.
But there might be a bit of blasting, yeah.
Okay, all good, Member Ferguson?
For now. Yep.
Okay. I saw your hand up there, Member Gatto. Did you have a comment that you?
No, I just think you did a good job trying to bring us down to more than what was originally had. We did okay on the variance on our sign last year, roughly the same size. But I'm still on the next.
Okay, just for the members, if you wouldn't mind taking off your mask when you're speaking, it's somehow somewhat difficult to hear with the mask on. Member Ferguson, you had something else to add?
Can I just say one thing? Am I allowed to say
No,
one
just
thing?
a moment, sir.
Okay, yeah.
I just wanted to briefly maintain that the Arts Lane situation, which was roughly the same size, was there for size only. So otherwise it met all the setbacks and there were no other questions other than the square footage of the building.
Yeah,
So
okay.
it's a totally different situation.
Okay, Member Bojack.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I respect and admire the work that's been done by the agent, the planner, and the applicant. 2,270 square feet over is a little unpalatable, and I really think that this development does not fulfill the intent of the official plan or the official plan bylaws, which encompass the 6 Mile Lake Community Plan. And I know that gross floor area is a contentious issue on the lake. There's two very different groups that have different feelings about this. But as I look at the whole project, I don't think it's in the character of the lake. And I think that is a very important part of the official plan, that any new development be in the character of the lake, and this is not. So some of the setbacks, you know, they're understandable. I understand because of the size of the building, the setbacks can't be met. If you decrease the size of the building, setbacks can be met. So in this case, like my fellow member, I'm a little bit on the fence because I really don't think the intent of the official plan, which was struck in 2014 and is a very, very restrictive document as it is, without the 6 Mile Lake Community Plan, I'm not thinking this falls into the category of minor. Much like the last application and much like the Fisher application and the Arts Lane. So those are my comments. I don't have a real problem with the design, but one of the factors that bothered me when I read this was we've eliminated a garage. That's all we've eliminated is a garage. And at any future time, a detached garage can be applied for and put on a different part of the property with a variance. So, yeah, I'm on the fence on this. I've said my piece. I don't think it falls, it fulfills the intent of the official plan or the community plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Bocek. Member Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess, first of all, and Jamie, perhaps you can answer this question. It's more of a process, I guess, standpoint. This application was before us last year. My computer crashed, so I couldn't refer to my notes, but did we deny this or did we defer this? We deferred.
Through Mr. Chair, the application was deferred so the applicant could look at reducing the scale of the variances that were provided.
Okay.
And this is what they've done, is reduce the scale.
So I guess my process question is, how come we're having public input? I thought there was one meeting for public input, and if things get denied or deferred, the public input doesn't get a second chance at that.
Yes, so through you to the member, the reason is that there was one new variance added, so the septic system variance wasn't there previously, so there was a re-notification of the entire application that had to occur, which is the result of why there's an opportunity for additional public input.
Good. Thank you for that. Helps me. And in regards to the septic and the neighbor's property and the well, can you tell me from this diagram where the well is? Is it at the top? Is it off to the right? Because I'm not actually on this one. I'm not even seeing directional, so I don't know if it's just north, south, east, or west.
I'll defer that to Mr. Connor, it's his application.
Yeah, it's right in the very corner, actually. Normally I'd approach you, but it's right at this corner here, which is the top right-hand corner.
Top right-hand corner.
Yeah, it's literally there, and if you remember the photograph, it showed it. The cottage on the neighboring property is not far off that corner, and that's certainly the well is on the neighbor's property, but it's just off that corner.
So that's causing the septic to be 18.3 meters away from the corner?
Correct. Yes,
Okay.
that's working through Gunner Excavating, and he said, yes, that's what you have to do, so.
So that's a minimum requirement from the neighbor's well.
And that is my
And it's
understanding. Yes.
pushing it down to 20
Yeah,
meters from
yeah.
30 meters.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that clarity. The other 2 points I have, I think have been discussed, but 100%, over 100% increase in the gross area is, in my opinion, not minor. And the width is almost 50% over what is allowed. And unless somebody can convince me otherwise, I'm not supporting this at this point in time.
Thank you, Member Matthews. Member Demke.
Yes, I appreciate all the work that's been done since we asked for changes. I have a couple of questions. If this went ahead and the current building was brought down, is there any plans to do anything with that area of the land?
Yeah, we'd like to return that back to the natural state, ideally. That's the whole idea of moving it off that point.
So you'd be planting trees and stuff like that?
Well, as best we can, yeah, it's mostly rock, but yeah,
Yeah, with the rock there.
yeah. And the two
Yeah.
trees that did come down, they were all dead. We didn't have a choice. As soon as our insurance company seen it, this has to come down.
Right.
So
Yeah, I can see
I
why.
realize nobody likes change, but
Yeah, it sort of came up then as the point, and I think it was Member Ferguson might have brought it up, is there's no, down the road, if we approve this, that could be an area that a garage could be built, have to go through another application, but that would again increase the gross area. So I have a real concern about the gross area. This whole thing looks like it's not minor to me.
Thank you, Member Demke. Member Jarvis.
I don't have the benefit of the previous applications, since I wasn't on committee at that time. I was looking at this initially going, well, they moved the cottage back, great idea. I see a septic, and I find out now there was no previous septic to the cottage that was on the property prior, that's correct. And which in and of itself, I mean, yeah, they had an outhouse, what do they do with gray water? I was curious about that. So I was thinking, okay, septic, it's nice to have a septic. But my biggest concern was, right off the bat, was the GFA, like has been mentioned here already, and doubling basically the GFA over what's allowed really does concern me in the context of minor versus major variance. I also am aware of I guess, the contentious issues on 6 Mile Lake, the correspondence between 6 Mile Lake Cottages Association, for which there was no letter from the Cottages Association, just from the Ratepayers Alliance, right? So I know that there's a lot of back and forth between those associations, so I don't even know how many people the Ratepayers Alliance represents. I don't think there's any indication. And I'm of a mind that, again, based on what's been spoken with about here, is the biggest concern for me is the GFA. And again, I have trouble considering that a minor variance.
Okay, thank you, Member Jarvis. Are there any further questions or comments before I read the resolution? Okay, seeing none, I will read the resolution. Be it resolved that the Township of Georgian Bay Committee of Adjustment approves the minor variance application A19-48 to zoning bylaw number 2014-75 for 125 Ravine Way to permit the development of a new building, minimum front yard setback of 12 meters where 20 meters is required, a minimum front yard setback of 15 meters where 20 meters is required, a minimum dwelling width of 23.9 meters where 16.25 meters is permitted, a gross floor area of 400.9 square meters where 190 square meters is permitted, and a septic setback of 20 meters where 30 meters is required, subject to the following. A, that municipal taxes be paid to date, that approval of this variance is granted and fixed in the subject site plan, extent, location, and scale, and use contemplated in the application. C, that a site plan control approval application be submitted and approved, and that a site plan agreement be executed, detailing the proposed development, existing vegetation protection areas, and the areas of new planting within the front yard in the manner prescribed by the applicable policies of the Township of Georgian Bay official plan as they relate to the administration of site plan control. And D, that approval of the variance expires 3 years from the date of decision if building permits have not been issued for the approved structure. All those in favor? The application is denied. Okay, our next application is A 20-07 for 219 Big Rock Road. To the planner, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an application that proposes a new dock and a new boathouse on Big Rock Road on 6 Mile Lake. If you'll turn to page 15 of the slide presentation, a few things I want to bring up as we get into this proposed application. The location of the subject land is shown on slide 16. What the specific variances are for is first to reduce the minimum required separation distance between buildings. Bylaw requires a 5-meter separation distance between buildings. The proposed boathouse or boat port, sorry, would be 1.5 meters from the existing sleeping cabin, which is along the shoreline. You'll see in the materials, we had referenced an increased maximum building width for a boathouse of 7.7 meters. I apologize, that's something that the planner who worked on it with me did not catch, and I did not catch in my review, but that dimension is actually the dock width dimension, so there is no variance needed for the width of the boathouse. The boathouse would comply, so that's why I struck that piece out. The next variance that's needed relates to maximum cumulative width of shoreline structures, and the proposal is to increase the maximum cumulative width of shoreline structures to 35%. What is the maximum width of cumulative? What does that mean? The way that what the bylaw does is tries to limit the amount of development along the shoreline. So boathouses, docks, if there's a shore deck, those sorts of things. And there's a maximum cumulative amount of width that you're permitted to measure that horizontal distance along the shoreline. In this instance, there's also a sleeping cabin with a deck that's along the shoreline. Based on the definition of cumulative width, that structure is not included within that. You'll see some analysis with respect to that in the report if you did review it. It isn't included in the percentages. Does it have an impact on the overall views from the lake? Absolutely it does, but it's not a consideration with respect to that specific variance.
Could you ask the next word to calm down here? I can't hear anything. Sorry, anything Jamie said. They're getting a little loud behind us here.
So Victoria can do that.
Right.
So if you flip to page 17 of the material, that's an aerial image of the proposed lot. Now you can see it's an existing pie-shaped lot. One thing I'd just like to add is that the bylaw provisions that exist are for a lot that's basically it considers a typical lot when you develop the provisions. So in terms of frontage, in terms of lot area based on the zoning standards. This is a smaller lot, it's an existing lot. So it stands to reason that, and the existing development is very close to the shoreline. It stands to reason that there would be a need for a variance if there's any redevelopment or development associated with the property. Slide 18 shows the location of structures along the shoreline. And what I'd like to point out is we'll start at the right-hand side of that figure. So there's an existing dock that exists on the right-hand portion of that drawing. And then it's got about a 3-foot walkway or dock that extends to the shore as you move left across the frontage of the property. In speaking with the proponent and their agent, it does like that dock really functions like somewhat of a buffer to a swimming area for kids and whatnot, provides some relief of some of the wave action in that area. As you move left along the shoreline, the next red area that's hatched is the area of the sleeping cabin and the deck. Again, although it's on the shoreline, based on the definitions of the bylaw, those structures aren't included in maximum cumulative width. Then what we have in green is the area of the proposed dock, and you'll see a dashed line basically partway across the dock that goes around. That's the limits of the proposed boathouse that this application identifies. If If you turn the page to number 9, slide 19, you can see this slide identifies the 2 variances that are specifically required. So the first relates to the setback from the sleeping cabin, and the next variance relates to the increase in maximum cumulative width of docks and boathouses. So what's permitted on this property, and I'd like to just focus on that last row, because that's really the focus from staff's perspective of this application, the most impactful consideration. 15% is what's the maximum permitted on this property in terms of cumulative width. Currently, there's 23.4, so the property already exceeds the amount of maximum cumulative width based on the existing structures. What's proposed would take it up to 35%, and so the difference from the permitted and the difference from the existing is identified. So 20% different, 20% in numbers, we're not talking about percentage increase here, but and then seeing that the difference from the existing is 11.6. The next slide, 20, shows a visual of the property, so you can see that it is existing non-compliant dwelling. It is closer to the shoreline than what would be permitted by today's standard. The dwelling and development does predate the zoning bylaw. And you can see the existing cabin that's located on the shoreline that I've mentioned in the deck that's associated with it. Where the proposed boathouse would be and proposed dock is, if you're looking at this photo, would be to the left of that sleeping cabin. Flipping the page to page 21, you can see the location again of the existing dock structure on the property, and that to the left you see that 3-foot walkway that I've identified. Page 22 or slide 22 provides a pretty good idea of what the shoreline generally looks like in terms of where that dock is located. That runs sort of parallel to the shoreline, that 3-foot dock, and the location of existing development. I would just like to take you back to a photo, one of the earlier, the aerial imagery. So it's slide 17. If you just flip to slide 17 for a moment. So on slide 17, you can see the location of the existing dwelling right adjacent to the water, and then also sort of in a black area adjacent to the birch tree that's on the right, you can see the location of the sleeping cabin. So the location of the proposed boathouse is effectively in the area of that birch tree. There is a large rock on the right-hand side of the property there. I don't know if that's the reason this is called Big Rock Road or not, but maybe it is. The proposed, so from a percentage perspective, the shoreline has a considerable sort of width of development already. The proposed application expands that. One thing for the committee to consider is that this property, the boathouse does comply with the bylaw. So the boat port complies with the bylaw. If the boat port were sited in front of one of the existing docks or in line with one of the existing docks, there would need to be an increase in cumulative of structures. Where it's proposed to be located does have the effect of increasing the cumulative width of structures. Staff's position is that there already is somewhat of a significant amount of width of structures in comparison to the frontage of the property, and that this would just further, I guess, exacerbate or further increase that existing item of non-compliance. One of the considerations for the committee will be is the overall impact. And does this proposed location of the boathouse have a significant enough impact at this location versus if it was located somewhere in line with one of the existing docking structures on the property? So the report, as you'll note, recommends denial of the application. We've had some discussions with the proponent's agent. So we would recommend that that if council or committees consider denial, that they actually defer the application today, so we could have an opportunity to work with the proponents about options for locating or options for bringing that cumulative width number more in line with what the provisions of the bylaw are, whether it's adjustments to the existing dock structures or adjustments to the location of the boathouse. I'm sure you'll hear from the proponent why you should approve it today, and that's fine. That's you folks will have to make that decision today. But just our recommendation is, if you're thinking of denial, that we recommend you defer it so we can have an opportunity to work with the proponent. But I'm sure you'll hear from them again why it's appropriate and the justification from their perspective. So thanks for the opportunity. If there's any questions that arise following the proponent's submissions, I'd be happy to do my best to try to answer those.
Thanks, Jamie. Is the applicant present? Could you identify yourself with your name and address, please, for the record?
My name is Victoria Hoffman. I'm here with Flow Drawings and Design on behalf of the property owners. Our office location is 3 Violet Drive, Port Summer. Jamie has done a good job outlining the 2 minor variances around the cumulative width and the setback. The big difference being in the report that the boat port does comply. There isn't a 3rd variance there. We're just looking for relief from the 2. The initial reasoning for this application was just because of the traffic and the winds. The property owners were looking to protect their boat a little bit more. They were finding, they're newer to the lake, and they were finding that their boat was getting beat up along the side of that existing dock that comes parallel to the shoreline. As Jamie mentioned, the property is unique. The east side of the shoreline is mostly already a big rock outcrop, so it makes it, when we looked at putting a boat port there, it was going to make it hard to access. They would have had to come build little deck walkways and stuff like that along the shoreline, which wasn't desirable. The idea of building onto rock was also, from a construction standpoint, not as, would have been more difficult. And these customers are sensitive to aesthetics, and they didn't like the idea of putting a development on this rock face. Again, as Jamie mentioned, the existing location of the development on the property is kind of, it creates a small front yard because the 2 structures are close to the front west corner. The proposed boat port, as shown in this application, allows them to maintain their front yard and that little bit of green place. Their shoreline has a little bay there, and there was a lot of conversations about that walkway that he mentioned a couple times. When we went back and forth with it a little bit, it basically came down to because I don't put pictures, but you guys do, there's like deck posts right by the little bay, and when they go to access the front of the property, it's with the uneven ground there, the grass and whatnot, they were worried about basically a path of travel.
If I may, just it's slide 22, I think is what she's referring to.
Yeah.
Provides an images.
Yep.
And then if you ever need to refer to slide 18, that shows the location of the structure on the property. Sorry for interrupting.
And basically, it's just the conversation landed on removing that walkway was going to act as, was going to remove that safer path of travel. That walkway is a better way to access the existing dock structure, and it also acts as a bit of a buffer for the young children and family. So although it is along the shoreline and it does contribute to this cumulative width, it is more of a, like I said, path of travel than a dock, I would consider. We did discuss a boathouse, that's kind of where we started. As I said, these customers are sensitive to aesthetics, and they landed with the boat port because it would be less intrusive, less of an impact from the water. They wanted to keep it low structured. The dock itself, we went with like simple posts, kind of spread out. The roof structure itself, we didn't do a gable end, we did a lower hip 312 hip roof, so it would be very minimal surface area from the water. And then we did actually consider, this application started, or this process started early last fall on my end, and we did do a little back and forth with the planning department. And when we discussed the options of working on the existing structure, what actually came into play was setbacks to either the side lot yard or side yard setback, sorry, or depending on where it was placed, because the existing cottage is so close to the water, it was going to be hard to comply working off of that setback either way. So basically, where we landed was that although not compliant, the location of this boathouse as proposed was going to be the most effective, aesthetically pleasing, and still allows them to safely access their front yard. As Jamie had mentioned, because as you know, the report was recommended to you guys that be denied. Jamie and myself would appreciate if you're going to deny it, that it be deferred, but me and the customer definitely believe that there's merit to approve it.
Okay. Thank you very much, Victoria. Has there been any correspondence on this application?
3 letters of support was received from Julia Manning, Grant and Sandy Gillies, and Hugh Wilkins.
Okay, thank you. Is there any member of the public that wishes to address this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring the application before the committee for questions or comments, beginning with Member Jarvis.
Thank you. A couple of questions. One comment first. I see from the schematic that was provided to us from the planners, page 18 again. There seems to be a bit of a conflict here with the photograph on page 21 that shows looks like a finger dock going out from that dock structure that currently exists. And one clarification, is that in fact a dock that runs off from there? Yes.
That dock was just installed this summer. It will come off. It's just because the boats along the parallel are just getting beaten up really quick, so it's just for well floaters.
Okay, so would that dock, as it is, be compliant or non-compliant with regards to setbacks?
I'm not sure, to be perfectly honest. When we submitted this, it was in February and that dock wasn't there.
And then just the other comment I have is, I think you did yourself a disservice by not providing all the shoreline in the diagram of everything, because I'm looking at this going, what do you mean? The whole shoreline has got structures on it. As opposed to the fact that there is property off to the other side of the boathouse that is obviously theirs, that you don't show a shoreline, and that is empty shoreline, correct? Where the rock
Yeah,
is.
it's completely empty. It's 231 square first lineal feet of frontage.
I have a question for Mr. Robinson, and that is, why is the cabin not considered a shoreline structure, since it's not only a shoreline structure, it's in the lake, from the pictures I'm looking at, so, what's the bylaw that says it is not shoreline?
So through you, Mr. Chair and Councillor, there's a definition in the bylaw of what constitutes a shoreline structure. So it includes docks, boat ports, boat houses, lifts, those sorts of things but it doesn't include sleeping cabins, for example. Maybe it should include sleeping cabins, like maybe it should include all structures within a certain distance of the shoreline. But that's not the way it's constructed. So, yeah, so that's the answer to that question.
Okay, so just as a follow-up to that observation, the line in the flow diagram that demarks the shoreline relative to that cabin, I think it doesn't look right. It looks like the shoreline, most of the cabin is in the lake, as opposed to most of it being on grade. It's over time. It just looks like it. I have concerns with the massing of the shoreline. When you look at that cabin, it's like there's significant massing of the shoreline. It doesn't help that the cottage, obviously couldn't be set back any further than it is, and it's right there as well. I'm not sure I understand the reasoning for the boathouse, if the finger dock going off from that current dock will serve the same purpose. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Jarvis. And to your point, that drawing, the shoreline on that drawing doesn't represent itself properly through the whole thing. It shows like the dock's going to be partially on land, so
yeah,
we both know that that's not the case.
Yeah.
So, Member Denfew, do you have any questions or comments?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of things. I was at the site and I was somewhat confused trying to follow the drawing. I totally came to the conclusion that it was going to be extended off the front dock. And then now when I look at it, the explanations I see, I never even went around to that side because I couldn't really get around there. But this does explain what you're trying to do here, so I appreciate that, the information. One of the questions I had, if this went ahead, is how would you get off the boat port and then to the rest of the place up the hill, or because that's quite a drop down there.
Yeah, the intent was to kind of connect it to the side of the cabin there because there's.
So walk through the cabin or walk around the front of the dock there?
You would have to walk through around the deck of the front of the cabin because there's a rock.
Yeah, yeah, I know. I never went around to the other side because I totally misunderstood the diagram. Because I had a question, how is this going to affect the view from the front, but now that goes away. I don't know, I can't visualize it too much on the other side. The question was answered, is it a boat port or a boathouse? But it's a boat port, so that answers that. I think there's a few questions on how this may still be structured, so I think deferring sounds like my option.
Thank you. Member Matthews.
Yep.
I don't know if it may help if I just provide a piece of clarification. Just listening to the first two comments, it might, if I provide a bit more color, is that three things I just wanted to identify. And I have no idea where the committee would want to go with this, but if committee, if it's deferred, the real consideration for deferral is, for lack of a better term, can there be some horse trading going on with the removal of existing structures to get that cumulative wood number down? So that's really where you would be going. So if committee were going to consider approval today, these are the three reasons why I think they could consider approval. It's not the staff recommendation, but in terms of trying to be helpful here in the situation, it would be that a boathouse is allowed on this property as of right. And they designed the boathouse to comply with the bylaw size requirements of the boathouse. So it's a modest sized boathouse, it meets the zoning bylaw requirements, notwithstanding the locational aspect of it. So that's the one.
Jamie, you mean boat port or
Boat port.
boat?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so not boathouse.
The bylaw treats them both the same, but I apologize, it's a boat port. So it is a boat port. You can see through it, so there's less of an impact there. And again, they're not asking for variances to the size of what would otherwise be permitted from a boat port perspective. So they're trying to work within the requirements of the bylaw on that. And then third, what would the impact of this quote unquote horse trading fee? If they were removed, for example, that 3-foot dock that connects the other dock on the property, does that really have an impact in the overall visual aesthetics of the property or not? And it would result in the same overall cumulative wood or less. So if you were going to approve it, those are sort of the three things that I think would tend to lead you to make that decision. But you have our recommendation, but those are the things, I just think that might help committee in the application.
Thank you, Jamie. Member Matthews, did you have any questions or comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, boy, there's an awful lot on the shoreline here by the time you take the cottage into effect and the bunkie. I know it's not technically shoreline structure, but the view from the canoe is pretty darn busy in my opinion. And you know, the cumulative width is a big concern. It's going to be about 50% bigger than what is already there, and it's 130 some odd percent bigger than what is permitted. And I know we can't take away what's already there. So yeah, I would have followed staff's recommendation on this, denying it, but because of those reasons, not feeling that they're minor, happy to go for deferral if I think there's an opportunity for discussions and some Jamie Robinson's comment. Horse trading availability, I would support deferral.
Thank you very much. Member Ferguson.
So just a quick permit, Jamie, that 3-foot walkway, that's included in this cumulative width?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, yes, it is. We did look at that in advance, like if that, the size of the new dock and boathouse are pretty similar to the size of that 3-foot walkway. The size of the boathouse and existing and proposed docks or boat port and proposed dock are actually less cumulative width than that 3-foot walkway. So if it was removed and this was added, there'd be no net increase in cumulative width on the property currently.
Right.
So that's a consideration. I think if there was a deferral, I think that's kind of the reason you would defer it. But the bigger question or the sort of overriding big picture is, does the removal of that 3-foot walkway really change anything aesthetically? And is it even worthwhile doing? So if committee were going to defer it, it would be on the basis of that issue. But is it really an issue to begin with is the question to ask yourself. And if you think it's not, then I would say approve the application. But
Thank you, Jamie. Regardless of what you attempt to do on this lot, because of the huge rock outcropping directly behind the cottage and even behind where they want to put the boat port, makes development difficult. I'm under the opinion that that 3-foot walkway has a nominal visual impact from the lake. And that, that we can go ahead with this regardless.
Thank you, Member Ferguson. Member Bojack.
Thank you, Chair. Jamie, I have some questions here. Perhaps you can answer, perhaps you can't. You said earlier in your presentation, legal non-conforming dwelling as far as structure goes. The decks on the front of this with the glass railings don't look like they're 40 years old. In order to be legal non-conforming, you have to be before the official plan, because these are all falling within the setback, in the front yard setback. So my question is, the bunkie, stairway, the decks, all falling within the front yard setback, are they also legal non-conforming, or were they built recently with a minor variance?
Through Mr. Chair, I don't have specific details about those structures, but as a point of clarification, you are allowed to replace existing structures. So I would assume, I don't have the information, but I would make the assumption that if they're new, they were replacing something that was existing, they would have got a building permit to do so.
There was significant evidence on the site of walkways being rebuilt, certain deckways being rebuilt, because it's a bit of a challenge to get from the parking lot down to the front of the cottage.
Maybe
So this may be a part of a reconstruction plan to upgrade some very old decking.
Maybe the proponent can speak towards the permanent aspect of it.
In terms of the deck structures that you mentioned and stuff like that, my understanding is that the current owner, I believe he's only had it, this is only his second summer, so he wouldn't have done that. But other than that, I would assume, under the same assumption that it would have gone through the planning department and been replaced for like or something. I can't speak to that.
Yeah, being into a legal non-conforming building and the front yard setback here should be far greater than what it is. I have a hard time believing that these structures were built in compliance, unless they were, as Member Ferguson said, rebuilt existing structures, which makes a complete different opinion on this thing, and maybe the planning report should have showed that, but it's not imperative. The bunkie itself, that's on the pier footings that are sitting in the water, it would have never been granted a permit, nor would zoning even look at approving something like this. So I have to take for granted that the planning department has scrutinized this and that that bunking is legal non-conforming and was existing before the bylaw. yeah, for that bunkie, there would have had to been a minor variance granted to reduce the 5 feet of setback between buildings, and I didn't hear anything about that. The massing on the shoreline. It's a little bit extreme, and if I refer back to here, the permitted is 15%. It currently, the existing is 23.4%, so they're already almost 10% over to begin with, and then we're looking for another 11.6%. I would kind of like to see maybe that little bunkie disappear if we're going to build a boathouse, boat port, sorry. Then I wouldn't have an issue with it. But if I'm assured that that bunkie is legal non-conforming, again, that's a different story. And you said all shoreline structures are legal non-conforming in your presentation?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. I don't have a problem with the size, the design, and the structure for this boat port. I think it's very suitable, and it's on a suitable portion of the property. So I'm taking that it being a fact that these buildings are legal non-conforming. And I'm taking that into my thought when I make a decision on this. And if I find out that they're not all legal non-conforming, I'm certainly going to have an issue with the way I'm thinking. So, providing what we've heard today is factual, I'm not going to have an issue with allowing this structure to be built. Perhaps this will be found out if we defer it. Perhaps we'll find out that the bunkie is either legal or not legal as far as the structure goes. So that's my comments for now. And if we do end up in a deferral on this, I certainly would like to see us come back with some sort of facts that this whole shoreline structure is legal non-conforming.
Thank you, Member Bocek. Member Caddo.
Yeah, what, they're not going to move the dock opposed to the existing dock and kind of
Sorry, say it again.
like moving the proposed dock onto the existing dock for the boat port, there's not.
We did actually look at that because of the proximity to the side yard setback. We were having an issue making that meet. And if we put it right in front of the cottage, the deck setbacks, it's just a tough corner of the property, unfortunately. And the other side is the rock outcrop. So it kind of puts you in a hard place when you want to put this little board.
What would that do to the breakdown? The coverage, I guess. Yeah, I do think, yeah, for referral, it could be the investor general himself.
Okay, is there anything else, Member Caddo? Okay. I just have a couple of quick questions or observations. I spent a fair bit of time there. The drawings that are here are a little bit off to what presents itself when you're there. As mentioned before, the docking, the existing docking that's there is very low profile. It's about the same height as the, it's not much over the water level. So I don't see that as a huge visual impact. I didn't understand that the temporary dock that's there is going to go away, and that has a significant reduction, I think, in the impact. The location of the boat port that is in the drawing I'm looking at to the left is very close to some existing serious vegetation that's on that rock outcropping. It would be a major disappointment to me, at least, if that vegetation that there got disturbed in order to allow space for that boat port. Have grown over time and that sort of thing. This application looks at site plan control as one of the conditions. Yes, so I'm expecting that the town would take that into consideration. From the design standpoint, is that boat port going to be sitting a fairly long distance away from the front deck of that sleeping cabin? It shows in the drawing I'm seeing with the application that the corner of the boat port is on land.
I know from site visits and working with these customers, they really do value they really love that chunk of the shoreline, and I definitely do not believe the intent was to disturb that. Part of the reason why they didn't want the structure along that rock. Yeah, so I'd like to speak to that a little bit. I don't think they're gonna, the boat port won't be built on the rock, so apologies for that. It would be for it to be in the water. If the boat port would have to be kind of rounded off a little bit, there it would be, but the front wouldn't change.
Is the boat port fixed or floating?
Fixed, profiles.
Okay.
And low profiles match the
Yeah.
other profiles.
The, just in response to some of the questions came up about the pre-existing conditions there, you can tell that that property's been owned for a long time, and the concrete work and the stone work that surround the front of the cottage are very old.
Right.
Yeah, so I don't think if there's been anything, it's been replacing of the existing structures that were there.
Yeah,
And-
when I first went to site, I believe it was in almost a year ago now, and it was difficult to get down to the water. To be frank with you guys, I haven't been there since February with Victoria and I were there. But it's not, and I know, like I said, these guys have only had it for a couple of years.
Yeah, the structures that they put in place are very well done. It looks like they're professionally done, so I don't think there's any concern there. If in fact that reality was reflected in that drawing that we're looking in there, I don't have a problem. I don't think there's going to be a significant visual impact from that boat port, which is allowed, especially with the fact that that temporary dock is going to be removed. But thank you all for your questions and comments. Member Bocek, you had something else?
Question of clarity, if I could, and I'm going to ask this to Victoria from Flowzone. You mentioned that the finger coming off of the main structure of the dock was going to be removed.
Yeah.
Is there any thought to removing the entire structure running across the front of the dwelling and using the new boat port and dock as the main docking facility?
We did actually discuss that a little bit. What that came down to again was unfortunately their front yard doesn't have a good seating area. So, and because of the original application for the boat port was quite a large dock space that we immediately had to amend. So once we kind of brought the fingers down on the existing boat port so that dock structure would apply, the customers were definitely more keen on keeping that structure, just because other than under their existing deck where they wouldn't really get much done, they don't have a great area to kind of sit where it's not covered.
And knowing that, my follow-up question is going to be to Jamie. The proposed dock structure, are you classing that as one dock? You have two fingers on a U-shaped dock there.
Yes,
Is this classed as one dock?
That's correct. A U-shaped dock is a permitted dock structure.
Right, and how many dock structures are allowed on a piece of property with this frontage?
I do not believe there's a limit on 6 Mile Road, but I don't have the bylaw.
It's just a sliding scale, frontage.
Okay. So yeah,
Minimum of 2.
You're allowed to?
A minimum of 2, you're allowed to potentially have more, depending on if you have an extended amount of frontage.
Okay.
just as another point of clarification, we've just, Brad has had a chance to check on the building permit application, so there was a permit application for the deck, so that the deck is legal. And then as far as the sleeping cabin, we don't have anything on file related to the sleeping cabin, that doesn't, but we have looked back at aerial photography back as far as 2008, and it was there in 2008. So it does predate the current zoning bylaw, which was 2014. based on the site visit and speak with staff and the age of the structure, it looks like it probably predated 1991 as well, which would be the other date. So we're quite confident that it is a legal
That's a
structure.
big factor that I think should have probably been included in this package. That really weighs heavy on the decision of the committee, knowing that the structures are legal non-conforming. And maybe that was the intent of telling us that they're non-conforming in the beginning, but I just needed proof. So, yeah, so I don't know where the chair wants to head with this, but if we go to a vote, it can be passed or defeated. It can't be, once the vote happens, we can't move to a deferral, correct?
That's correct, but it is quite appropriate to basically query the committee if in fact, rather than taking a vote on it, we want to defer it. Because if the chair decides to defer, I don't need a vote.
And what would be the majority vote for deferral?
Well, I would have to do a small inquiry here.
Right, would that be 4 or would it be 5? Because in a lot of cases, a majority is not
4, 5, 6, 7.
4.
Yeah,
Agree with that?
4 people would present majority. There are 7 votes here, so 4 is a
Not always a
majority.
majority,
Well,
as we know from council.
but
Okay.
4 is a majority.
yeah.
You know, I've been hearing, somewhat of a reluctant deferral, but there is somewhat of an appetite for approval as well. You know, I don't think there's a major issue. I think you've got your questions answered, Member Bojack, and so on. Member Jarvis, I see lots of hands going up. Are you?
Supplemental questions apropos of Mr. Bojack's comments and confirmation of the structures, the decking structures on that cottage. I'd be curious to know if when those were granted, under what conditions they were granted. For instance, were they granted on condition that nothing else was done in front of that cottage? Quite often when you do these things, you attach requirements that state, this is it, you don't get anything more. And I'm just wondering under what conditions any changes were done to that cottage.
To the councilor, it looks to us like there has been a permit for the deck.
Yeah.
The key date is 1991 when the municipality zoning bylaw came into effect, the previous zoning bylaw came into effect. Looks like these structures like well predate that date.
Yeah.
So they would have been developed, there wouldn't have been a bylaw in place at the time of that regulates. They're developed, they're legal, so there would have been no limitations on anything else occurring.
So there's no permit issued to redo the decking, it was there, just replaced. Is that what we're saying?
There was a permit issued to replace the deck, yes.
And when that permit was issued,
Yes.
were there any conditions surrounding that permit that we're aware of?
There would not be.
Would not be, okay.
That's the conditions get associated with things when there's a planning act.
Yeah,
Which there wasn't, there's a strict building code issue.
Just one further question. I may have missed this. The difference between a boathouse and a boat port, is this thing got a roof on it or not got a roof?
The difference between a boat court and a boathouse is whether there's walls or not.
Is it what?
Whether there's walls.
Ah, okay, got it. So it's got posts and roof.
Correct.
Thank you.
It's a little slow.
I don't think anything can accomplish with a deferral. I don't think so.
Just to further your comment, Member Jarvis, the quality of construction that was done to replace that decking is first class. You know, it's not a weekend project. Yeah, and the same thing as the applicant has mentioned on a number of occasions, there's not a surplus of decking there. You know, the footprint that you have to get around that cottage is pretty small, and the part that's on ground has been meticulously dealt with stone and concrete, and so I think in order to get a boat in, you have to put a little bit of wood out at the end, and that's basically what's done. So. And Member Deputy,
yes, just maybe I missed something, but is the plan to remove some of the current docking?
No, not of the existing dock that you see on the drawings, the finger floating dock.
Oh, just, yeah, the figure,
Yeah.
okay.
The finger dock's not shown in the drawing, that's why.
Yeah, okay. So, I'm almost, the feeling of Member Jarvis that I'm not sure that my deferral would satisfy any need because I don't know what we would get out of it. It seems, given what I've heard lately, I'd probably go with this application.
Okay, any other comment? Yes, Member Bogan.
So my questions have been answered and I'm satisfied with the answers, so I'm gonna support this application due to the fact that I've got the answers to my questions and the deferral wouldn't help me in any way. Yeah, I've got what I need to make a decision.
Excellent. We're just altering a document here with our Secretary Treasurer. Yeah, all right. Okay, very good. All right, I will read the resolution. Be it resolved that the Township of Georgian Bay Committee of Adjustment approves the minor variance application A20-07 to zoning bylaw number 2014-75 for 219 Big Rock Road to prevent a reduced separation distance between accessory buildings from 5 meters to 1.5 from a proposed boathouse to an existing sleeping cabin. An increase in maximum width for an in-water boat port from 7.7 meters, whereas a maximum of 5.9 meters is permitted.
You can strike that.
Okay, we're gonna strike that. A maximum cumulative width of shoreline structures of 35% of shoreline is proposed, whereas maximum of 15% is permitted. The cumulative width of shoreline structures is proposed to be 24.3 meters, whereas 10.5 meters is permitted. The existing shoreline structures amount to 16.5 meters, subject to the following. A, that municipal taxes be paid to date, that approval of this variance is granted and fixed to the subject site plan extent, location, scale, and use contemplated in the application. C, that a site plan control approval application be submitted and approved, and that a site plan agreement be executed detailing the proposed development, existing vegetation protection areas, and areas of new planting within the front yard of the matter described by the applicable policies of the Township of Georgian Bay official plan as they relate to the administration of site plan control, and that approval of the variance expires 3 years from the date of decision if building permits have not been issued for the approved structure. All those in favor? The resolution is approved. Thank you very much.
Can I request indulgence from the chair for a moment? I desperately need to borrow a break. Despite my lack of coffee intake this morning, it's been 2.5 hours for me.
You've been reading the agenda. And thank you for that reminder. But yes, before we address the next application, we are going to have a 10-minute bio break that will get us. The gentleman I'll show you later. The meeting will adjourn again at 12:12. Thank you very much.
Standing up is different than
Oh, I see. I
Let's see if there's another one. Reading all the land speed recommendations.
When you look at it, it makes sense. So that's why I think you can tell them. I didn't want to. He's gonna hang his hat on that.
Yeah, these ones is
More than nice if you ever sign the
We are actually, it ended up being a very busy summer, we were.
Thanks, Cindy. Good to see you.
Yeah, before COVID, I guess.
Yeah, like March,
Yeah.
Okay, take care, thanks a lot.
Bye.
Yeah, I'm out of here.
See ya.
Yes, a little different than the Severn C of A meetings, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Where it's like, we deal with all your applications at the same time as you deal with one here, right?
Pretty much.
Okay, take it easy.
See you, Jamie.
Who was it that?
Do you have, in your software, the ability to increase the resolution of one?
Yes, I would.
So on this, yeah, but on the decision of the letter, if you don't, put your hand up, you don't sign. You don't agree, you don't sign. So I'm just trying to remember.
Well, what happens, what happens?
Are you good?
Good, how are you?
Not too bad.
And sign with the-
This is my sixth
All they have to do is.
But it's still, there's still a lot of similarities going on, a lot of things happening. I think they can't travel, so they have to do it's not a holiday, and they'll say,
Yeah.
Getting stuff down to the center of the river. And I call them specific language.
they have no pressure. No, it's crazy.
They were even very.
I actually just moved to Severn Township.
Oh, did you?
Just near Price's Corners, past Lake there.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So we just moved last weekend. I was,
Oh,
I
that's-
was,
that'd be fun.
I was,
Moving all this.
yeah, I was straight away from Victoria, so I'm no longer
He left our food.
You don't have glasses anymore.
I just have contacts in.
Oh.
With the mask, I fog with glasses on, so I remember I still wear contacts.
Didn't know you got laser or not.
Thanks for everything. Hope your application should be smoother.
And then I'll just make it. I'm just gonna go. It was that upstairs, I think I'll familiar with it. Second year.
He's here.
He's in his car working.
Very chill. It's the one where we're playing a pool. So it's like we're playing the idea of the first in session. It's just it's like the manager of engineering for Midland. Mitch, and then Al Brown, Richmond Tate, and he's the guy that organized it. That's another guy. Yes. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Jamie.
Good to see you all.
Will we see you again?
Come back and start over, and this time,
Let's try this again.
we're gonna start at A 20-10 for 367 Steep Rock Road. To the planner, please.
Wonderful idea.
Well.
I guess it's good afternoon now, I think, right? So, yeah,
Did you send out for what?
pardon, did I send? So our next application is A 20-10 for Kimberly and Jeff Swinoga. I would say that. And the address is for 367 Steep Rock, which is located in 6 Mile Lake. And again, I'm starting on slide number 24.
So the request of this application is to permit an addition and an scope of room to an existing approved dwelling. The following variances have been requested as part of the application. So an increase in gross floor area to 309.6 square meters, an increase in maximum dwelling width to 24.16 meters, a reduced front yard setback to a dwelling of 17 meters, where 20 meters is required, and a reduced front yard setback to a deck of 15 meters, where 16 meters is required. So the next slide just shows the location of the property. It is located in the southeast area of 6 Mile Lake, just off of Steep Rock, which you can access off of White's Falls. So the property is designated residential within the 6 Mile Lake community and zoned SR6 in the zoning bylaw. So the next slide is the aerial image from 2018. And again, that just shows the existing dwellings on the property as well as the existing vegetation that was on the property prior to the applicants purchasing the property. So the next slide, we just have a excerpt of essentially the final proposed development plan for the site, taking into consideration that the original dwelling located on the shore will be removed, and the existing sleeping cabin / storage shed that does exist on the shoreline will be relocated to the rear in the future. So the applicant is proposing to add 2 expansions to the approved dwelling footprint that is currently under construction, if any of you did do a site visit to the property. So the dwelling that is under construction does meet the provisions within the zoning bylaw, and it was issued a permit through the planning department and building department. So the intent of the application is essentially to add a Muskoka room off the side of the dwelling and to also increase a small bump out area in the living room for essentially aesthetical purposes to the front of the dwelling. So by adding these 2 areas to the dwelling footprint, that essentially is what triggered the increase in the gross floor area, the dwelling width, and then those decrease in setbacks to the water for the dwelling and the decks. So again, just to reiterate, the original dwelling will be removed once the new dwelling has reached occupancy, and the applicants are under an undertaking agreement with the building department, so that has been dealt with the township to make sure that those structures do down. And again, the existing sleeping cabin located on the shoreline will be relocated to the rear of the dwelling once that construction has been finished. So it is also the intent of the applicant to build a detached garage in the future to the northeast of the property, and that location of the garage and the proposed size does meet all the provisions of the zoning bylaw. It is not part of this application in front of you. I just wanted to make sure you were aware because it is shown on the site plan that is their future intent as well. So the proposed expansions to the dwelling would create a total gross floor area of 390.6 square meters and a dwelling width of 24.16 meters. Again, the intent is to add that scope room and allow for a small bump out. As observed through multiple site visits to the property by staff, the existing development on the site is relatively open to the lake, which I'm sure some of you had seen in the site visit. With the remaining area of the property having quite mature vegetation throughout. Once the new dwelling is constructed, the original cottage will be torn down. In order to ensure that there's no additional negative visual impact from the water of the proposed development, it has been included as a condition of approval that a tree preservation and replanting plan, that's a tongue twister, prepared by a qualified landscape architect be submitted and approved by the township prior to these amendments to the building permits being issued. So essentially the plan is to include the location, species type, and number of trees and shrubs to be replanted in the areas previously occupied by structures. This will create a better visual barrier between the new dwelling and the water while providing better slope and erosion stability to the property to ensure no negative impact to the quality of the lake in the future as well. So essentially, to sum up, the resulting development on the site will provide for the removal of the majority of the structures from the shoreline and bring them further to the rear of the property, and the ability to enforce revegetation in these areas along the shoreline, which will add visual buffering as well as, again, the enhancement of that shoreline area. The proposed dwelling is located almost wholly behind the 20-meter front yard setback, with the majority of the dwelling not being visible from the water, especially once the required plantings are able to further mature in the future. It is in the interest of the 6 Mile Lake community for this property to have better vegetation along the shoreline and to relocate the shoreline structures other than the existing boathouse and docks to the rear of the property, which the owners intend to do. The application will allow for an expansion to the dwelling. However, it will also allow the township as well to again enforce those vegetation requirements that otherwise we would not be able to do as the township. Because again, just to reiterate, the applicants do have a building permit for the new dwelling. Construction can continue as is. Through this application, we are able to require the replanting. So staff have recommended approval of the application as submitted with the conditions outlined in the report. And again, just to reiterate, the conditions are essentially that site plan agreement requirement that will include a revegetation and tree planting plan by a landscape architect. If you have any questions for myself, the applicants are here as well. We'd be happy to help. And also, please note I did sneak another visual package on your desk from the applicants. This was circulated to you yesterday, but it just has those additional photos regarding the before and after, especially on page 5, I believe. The before and after views of the cottage property from the water is just interesting to note. Essentially, the minor change that has occurred, because I know that many of you probably had visited the property, but weren't able to see it from the water. So these photos as well provide you some insight. So if you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you very much, Victoria. Have we had any correspondence on this application?
6 letters of support was received from Julia Manning, David and Caroline McLennan, Kyle Presser, Margaret Parker, Nick Wagner, and Wes and Noel Fullard. 1 letter of conditional support was received from Andrew Monroe and Douglas Robinson, subject to a vegetation plan.
Thank you very much. Is the applicant present? And would you care to add any comments to what has been provided by the planning department?
Sure.
Kimberly and Jeff.
Yeah, it's not again, so Oakville, Ontario, 1259 Esquisse Drive. Yeah, I think the material in front of you is hopefully it's adequate to help in deliberation, and we're happy to answer any questions. Greg, our builder, is also here to have any technical questions or so forth over.
Okay. And Greg, can I have your full name and address for the record?
Yeah, Greg Valentine. Valentine with a B.
Okay.
Yeah, like Scott.
Okay. All right. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak to this application? All right, seeing none, I'll bring the application before the committee for questions or comments, and we will begin with Member Caddo.
On your site photo here, 29, I guess the building's going over as far as that crosscut, I guess, as far as that's the limit of that. Yeah, so you're gonna have, you will hit and trees at the front also. Looks like it's gonna have hide and smoke room. The bump will come on top of that, that's not much. Yeah, I don't see, you have the permit and everything for the existing. Business, so.
Okay. Any other questions? Caddo? Put in here. Yes. So now.
Technology wonderful, right?
Okay, sorry, Member Caddo, have you asked your questions? Ready to move?
All right, no more.
No more questions? Okay, and Member Bowden.
Quick question, I've been missing this page in my portfolio. So normally you include a chart which shows existing, proposed, and what's allowed. I can share a document here. My question is, the amount of increase in gross floor area over the permissible amount of gross floor area,
502 square feet.
502 square feet.
Yeah, according to my calculations, 2831 permitted, 3333 requested, so an overage of 502 square feet. At my
Essentially
you talking
equates-
square feet.
yeah, exactly. Which essentially equates to the scope of room area.
Correct.
I have no issues with this application.
Member Ferguson?
Yeah, I'm just reviewing the numbers. I mean, the maximum width is going to have an overage of 4 feet. Front yard setback is going to reduce in part of it by 10 feet. And the front back setback to a deck is only over by 3 feet. Great location, it's well treed, and you've got a killer view. So I have no opposition to this application.
Thank you. Member Matthews?
I just have one question of curiosity, and I think this is on 29 Victoria. In the bottom right-hand corner, there's some sort of little building to the right of the cottage, which is sort of, I guess, on the, is that the lot line there?
Yes, so let me just make
Or
sure.
maybe the applicant
So previous,
owns.
Is that on the shoreline? Oh, that's a little shed,
Oh, yes.
like a little garden.
That's a heritage,
Is that a bunkie?
No, that's a garden shed
That's a garden shed.
Yeah, that's all right.
at the back.
Yeah, heard.
It's falling down.
Just everything, you could almost make out everything else, but that was just sort of grabbed my interest. No, I think, for once we have an application that in my view is minor. Yes.
Thank you. Member Densky?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I was there a couple of days ago. I think it must have been you I was talking to on the phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. There was so much construction going on, I couldn't figure out where it was going. But you gave a good explanation. I think the statement, there's a little raised area, site photo 29, that little raised area, is that where the bunkie or the sunroom is to go?
Yep.
And that's, you said something about that's just crawl space at that size. Is it like high or,
It'll be the same height as the crawl space when it's finished.
and that's just what's under it, and then it's the same level?
It's
as
just
the-
rocking over, we just put some gravel over it. And
Yeah, there was so much construction going on side of the rock, I was wondering what else, but that's where the driveway and garage are gonna go over further?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, it was well marked out, I really had no issues, just I had to figure out where I was going with it, but have no problems with it. From the looks of where you started to construct over there, it's a good view, I'm fine.
Member Jarvis?
A minor variance, this is great.
Very good.
I haven't done.
Are you a cognition?
I forgot to mention before, I apologize, that the owners also are in the process of installing a Waterloo septic system, a brand new system to the rear of the property that meets all the building and planning requirements, and they've gone above and beyond to do that as well, so I did want to mention that. So septic is no issue, building is well familiar with the application.
Septic's actually in the past. It's been done.
Oh, it is done, okay,
Yeah,
great.
permits.
Okay, that's
what we
great.
were seeing the other day with the septic being finished.
Thank you very much.
And that's a monitoring system too.
Very good.
It allowed us to not have to apply for a variance for the garage. Because we would have had to put a big septic system on that side and put the garage on the other side, and it triggered another variance, but we decided to go with the Waterloo. Even though it's more money, it's a much smaller footprint, and allowed us to not have to apply for a variance for the garage.
Well, the impact on the trees and blasting and everything also was a great spot for it. It fit perfect.
Okay,
No room to spare.
okay. If there are no further questions or comments, I will read the resolution. Be it resolved that the Township of Georgian Bay Committee of Adjustment approves the minor variance application A20-10 to zoning bylaw number 2014-75 for 367 Steep Rock Road to permit 2 expansions to an existing dwelling under construction with a maximum gross area of 309.6 square meters, where 263.04 square meters is permitted. A maximum dwelling width of 24.16 meters, where 23 meters is permitted. Minimum front yard setback to a dwelling of 17 meters, where 20 meters is required, and a minimum front yard setback to a deck of 15 meters, where 16 meters is required, subject to the following. A, that municipal taxes be paid to date. B, that approval of this variance is granted and fixed to the subject site plan, extent, location, scale, and use contemplated in the application. C, that a site plan control approval application be submitted and approved, and then the site plan agreement be executed detailing the proposed development and vegetation protection areas and replantings, provided with the tree from the tree preservation and planting plan in the manner prescribed by the applicable policies of the Township of Georgian Bay official plan as they relate to the administration of site plan control. And D, that a tree preservation planting plan be prepared by landscape architect and submitted to the satisfaction of the Township of Georgian Bay Planning Department staff, illustrating the location, species, type, and number of trees to be removed, relocated, or planted to ensure that the resulting buffering of the shorelines and side lot lines will mitigate visual impact of the development. And E, that approval of this variance expires 3 years from the date of decision if building permits have not been issued for the approved structure. All those in favor? The application is approved unanimously.
Just a quick question, how does that work where the cabin is sitting now, we're gonna move it, we're gonna have trees there? Does that hold up
That's something for you and the planning department.
in order for the plant
Yeah.
trees there?
Yeah.
It's all rock.
There's a process they go through, and I'm not familiar with it,
Yeah.
so I'd suggest you get in touch with Victoria.
One comment, at the next meeting, we might have social distancing and masks.
Yeah, yeah, we tried to space out people as best we
It's hard to tell, but we were 6 feet apart.
can. For a project this big, it was very well marked out, easy to follow, so good job.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
I think you just wanna get rid of us.
Thank you. All right, thanks. Our next application is A20-11. Have we had the opportunity to have the people who were waiting with the other applications come forward, or are they still in the other room?
I did notify the ones that were in there, but if you'd like. if you
Yeah, maybe
give me
just
2 more
take a
minutes,
quick-
I can go and.
All right, then we'll just
Just
talk
make
among
sure no
ourselves.
one's arrived.
Look at you. I'm concerned about other people.
That's been a shortcoming, you know,
right?
it's been a shortcoming, money people want to eat care.
Despite what everybody says about you, Tom.
Especially the one
Oh, dear.
Yes.
So,
that little commercial that's on the release steaks for dinner, you take it there, pizza.
Oh, yeah, there's something there, fancy dinner party.
it's funny how quickly the boating temperature changed.
No.
We were out
The cage,
2 Saturdays ago, swimming off of Janet's Mountain.
Oh, were you really?
Yeah. Okay, we're all set to.
Yeah, there's 2 other members of the public, but they are later, so they'll, I told them to just come in whenever they
Okay.
are ready.
Very well, then our next application is A20-11 for 812 Island 2210 in Georgian Bay. To the planner, please.
Good afternoon, committee. The next application we heard is minor variance A2011 for land located at 812 Island 2210 Georgian Bay. This is in the waterfront community partnership. The request is to permit an expansion of 29% of the gross floor area of the existing dwelling, where 25% is permitted as right. The existing dwelling is 83.23 square meters. in size, and the applicants are proposing an addition of 260 square feet or 24.14 square meters. The increase or the request for the increase of 4% expansion represents a total of 3.34 square meters or 35.9 square feet. The minor variance is to allow for an ideal layout of the proposed dwelling and an ideal function in the proposed dwelling. Slide number 32 shows the 2018 aerial imagery and the mature vegetation that's currently on the land. A portion of the shoreline of the property is identified as type 1 fish habitat. So as part of the application, the applicants did submit a fish habitat impact assessment. The recommendations of that report could be incorporated into the site plan agreement. It did not find that there were any negative impacts though from the proposed development on the fish habitat. Slide number 33 shows the proposed footprint of the dwelling. It's essentially just a squaring off the existing dwelling to allow for that small, modest expansion. Slide number 34, you can see the view from the water of the existing mature vegetation, which would be protected and maintained through the recommended site plan agreement. Due to the topography of the land, there is quite a large rock outcrop immediately behind the dwelling. This does present some challenges for the applicants to relocate the dwelling or a new dwelling further back on the property, so that's why the requested minor variance has come before committee. Planning staff are recommending approval of the application subject to the conditions as outlined in the staff report. That is about all I have. If the committee has any questions, I'd be happy to answer, and I do believe that the agent is in attendance today as well.
Thank you, Brent. Has there been any correspondence on this application?
One letter of support was received from Alan Johnstone.
Okay. Is the applicant present? And would you care to add anything to the planning department report?
Brad did a good job explaining this one. It is a pretty small, it's like 40 square feet that we're asking for over and above what we're allowed. The width, as he said, we can't really push any further back. We kind of max that out without tearing up and getting into height issues. The width is less than 6 feet wider. One thing to mention too is there was an existing, as you might have noticed on the existing survey, there's an existing monkey that was there. It was close to the cottage that has been torn down, and the intent in the future would be to build like a compliant on the outside of the shore allowance. But that's gone now, so there's no, in terms of like view from the front, there's actually less of a width along the water.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any member of the public that wish to address this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring the application before the committee, and we'll begin with Member Jarvis.
I guess a point of clarification. The overhead, the aerial image in 2018, two things. One, what does the red line represent? And are there two cottages on the property? I'm trouble.
So the red line represents the outline of the property.
Yeah.
The mapping essentially just maybe skewed a little bit. We did receive a survey of the property, so the dwelling with the proposed addition is actually down in the bottom left corner of that.
The bottom left, so not the one with the white roof.
Correct. It's just that the alignment of the two.
Okay, so the one with the white roof is a separate property entirely? Correct. Thank you, that helps me there.
The applicant has to survey if you wish.
Oh, it's okay, all right, fine. So this 2018, water's gone up since 2018. We don't have anything with the high water mark on it. I presume this building being older is legal non-compliant?
Right, so the applicant did provide a survey which had the high water mark for 177 or contour.
Yeah.
And that setback shown on the survey is 7.2 meters, which as of right would permit the 25% expansion to the dwelling. And they're asking just for the additional 40%.
I guess I'm not too perturbed with the request for the addition. I'm more perturbed with how close the cottage is. In 2018. The site photo that we see on page 34, that's recent?
Yes, that was done with the
And how-
last site visit on, I think it was August 28th.
I'm seeing it, there's no correspondence against this.
Okay, thank you, Member Denke.
Yes, I just had a question of where the actual addition is going to be. If I'm looking at the photo 34, which is the front view from the water, is it along the one side or is it cutting off the front?
So I can answer that.
Okay.
So through the chair, the addition will be going on what's the left side of the
Okay.
building shown in
As
that.
well as the back.
Okay, so I'm looking at it along the left side.
Yeah, so on slide 33.
Yep.
The bottom of the dwelling shown there is the front. So you can see the proposed addition going down the left side and wrapping around the rear of the.
Okay, so the front deck is still, it's recessed back in, you'll still see that front the way it is. But there's no additional real problem view of the water. I have no problem, I just wanted to know. Thank you.
Okay, Member Matthews?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did have a chance to visit the site, and, you know, the view from the canoe is not going to be affected at all on this. I do have a sort of a personal question. Are they doing a whole renovation to the building? Okay.
Like the existing piers are like just logs right now and stuff like that, so there's some structural that we need to take.
Yeah, because it kind of looked, not to offend anybody, but you might want to do some renovations before you do the addition to it. Am I politically correct or not? I don't know. The only other
The
question.
jury will disallow those comments.
On the, you're talking about squaring the building up, which makes perfect sense, but on the right-hand side, there's still that little jog. Was there any contemplation about filling that one in?
Well, for the back corner, I have a survey here, I don't know if you guys do, you can see like the contour, like if you.
The rock's right there,
Yeah.
so, yeah.
And then the front, they're just looking to maintain the existing deck, they're not looking to square that off.
Okay, thank you.
Member Ferguson?
I think with the new addition, the total building size is around 1,100 or close to 1,200 square feet.
Around 55.
Yeah, I had 1,156. Anyway, this is certainly a modest proposition, especially for Cognizine, and I certainly have no problem with it.
Okay. Member Bojack?
Perhaps a question of clarification to start with. This is in the Musquash River Channel, is it?
No, Freddie Chin.
Well, I see the Freddie running out the back. Is that not Arthur's Island, just to the immediate right, and then Metalonga Island to the top?
Yeah.
Okay, so now I know where it is.
South of the Freddie, south of Franceville.
Okay, gotcha. No, I don't have a real issue with this. We've seen many of these come before the committee, where you're not getting close to the water, you're not infringing on setbacks. There's no real detriment to the view from the canoe. I wish they were all the same. I have no concerns.
Okay, thank you. Member Caddo?
No concerns.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
one additional question, if I may.
Yes, you may.
Thank you, sir. Kind of you think. Septic, I'm just wondering about the septic system that's on the property. Is it?
Yeah, a brand new septic system was put in, I believe, last summer in preparation for this.
Oh, okay, perfect, thank you.
Thank you. With no further questions or comments, I'll read the resolution. Be it resolved that the Township of Georgian Bay Committee of Adjustment approves the minor variance application 820-11, the zoning bylaw number 2014-75 for 812 Island 2210 Georgian Bay to permit an expansion to an existing legal non-compliant dwelling with a maximum increase of the existing gross floor area of 29%, where 25% is permitted, subject to the following. A, that municipal taxes be paid to date. B, that approval of this variance is granted and affixed to the subject site plan extent, location, scale, and use contemplated in the application. C, that a site plan control approval application be submitted and approved, and that a site plan agreement be executed, including the recommendations from the Fisheries Impact Assessment, as with Environmental 2020. and detailing the proposed development of vegetation protection areas in the manner prescribed by the applicable policies of the Township of Georgian Bay official plan as they relate to the administration of site plan control. And D, that approval of this variance expires 3 years from the date of decision if building permits have not been issued for the approved structure. All those in favor? The application is approved unanimously. Thank you. Our next application is application number A20-12 for 126 Myers Lake Road. To the planner, please.
So this property, like the chair said, is located at 126 Myers Lake Road, Myers Lake. The request of the minor variance is to facilitate the construction of a detached garage on the subject land. The applicant has requested a reduced rear yard setback of 1.0 meters and also a reduced setback to a private road or a private road right of way of 1 meter as well. The subject lands are well vegetated, with the location of the proposed garage being naturally open right now. It's the opinion of planning staff that the location of that garage would not require the removal of a significant amount of vegetation or require significant site alteration. Slide number 40 shows the site plan, or sorry, slide number 46 does show the, or 41 shows the location of the proposed garage. Slide 40 shows the site plan of the property and identifies the limits of the right-of-way with and the traveled portion of what is actually Myers Road. So you can see, although the proposed garage is to be located only 1 meter from the rear property line, it is actually approximately almost 18 meters from the actual traveled portion of Myers Road. Additionally, it should be noted that Myers Lake is recognized as a high sensitivity lake. As such, the township's official plan does speak to development being adjacent to high sensitivity water bodies. Planning staff do not feel that the proposed garage would result in phosphorus loading to the lake. However, phosphorus mitigation measures could be implemented through a site plan agreement. Planning staff are of the opinion that the application conforms to the district OP and meets the 4 tests. It's not expected that there would be any impacts to the neighboring properties, and the vegetation is essentially to be retained as it is on the property, and there would be no visual impacts from the water, as you can't see the proposed location of the garage due to the steep incline from the shore. That is perhaps kind of what I have to.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Brad. Have we had any correspondence on this application?
One letter was received with general comments from Kenneth Ormsby.
Okay. Is the applicant present, and do you have anything to add to the planner's comments?
No, we just wanted to have that 1 meter setback because 20 years ago or so, we planted some pine trees and they're pretty large right now. So if we had to go 5 meters back, we would have to knock down those pine trees.
Okay, thank you.
And it's a fairly flat area there too, so.
Okay. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak to this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring the application before the committee, and we will begin with member Caddo.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with this. This is another simple one. It's only a meter to the limit of the right of way, but you're 18 meters to the road, so quite the distance. I have no problem with this.
Thank you. Member Bocek?
Yeah, similarly, I don't have any real concerns on this. My one concern is, I've been around this game quite a long time now, and usually when we see an application like this that looks fairly straightforward, then we find out there's been a bunkie built on above the garage, and then we run into a problem. And where this is a problem for me is this development is on a lake that is currently at its threshold. and really can't contain too much more building. So I don't know if we probably don't have a will or a want to put a bunkie above there, and I'm not suggesting that.
No.
But I'm just wondering if there's the ability for only be a two-car garage and not be converted into a second-story bunkie, which would probably have washing facilities and put more strain on that system. So I have no problems with this as it sits, but if we could put a caveat in there that there wouldn't be the building of a bunkie above this garage, it'd even make me more happy.
Yes.
I could just respond to that comment. So in the resolution, there may be the opportunity to grant it for a one-story, two-car garage. If that would satisfy the council.
It would certainly satisfy me, and I think it would satisfy a lot of people on Myers Lake as well too. Because we do have an issue on Myers Lake with a lot of Airbnbs and rental properties and that. We had to put in a noise ordinance bylaw up there, and I'm just thinking, you know, if we approve this and all of a sudden there's a rental bunkie on top of the garage, we're facing a problem. So if it's a single story, two-car garage, let's do it.
We're just getting older, we don't want to drive
I
the boat
understand.
home every winter, that's all.
Okay, I would just ask a question in support of that. If, is there a part of site plan control that addresses having residents or any part of that building having being inhabited? It seems to me in previous ones, there was a statement of that nature.
Within the site plan control.
Site plan control or the approval of the application that no part of that structure could be used for human habitation.
So, sorry, I apologize, because I stepped up to see if we had other applicants in the.
I'll reiterate. My concern was that a lot of times we approve a garage, two-car garage, and then within a very short time, there's a bunkie erected on the second floor and a walkway coming up from a staircase coming up from it. My concern was, is there a way through site plan control, site plan agreement, that this can be a single-story, two-car garage with no ability to have a bunkie?
Through your chair to Councilor Wojcik. From what we've seen from the application, it is intended to be a two-car garage, but I understand your concern. If you would like us through the site plan agreement to add, essentially to only permit a two-car garage. That being said, even if committee did not amend that condition, if they ever did want to essentially build up that portion, they would, or they are supposed to come to the township for a new permit, that's when we would take a look at that application at that time.
Correct, I would rather it came back through planning department if they want to do it, instead of just going to the building department and seeking a permit to do it.
So through the execution of that site plan agreement, that essentially requires them to have to come back to planning before they can do anything else. So it wouldn't be just a straight permit, they'd have to come to us first to make sure that it would comply. And we can take that as staff direction to make sure that's in the site plan agreement, that specific language, if the committee's comfortable with that.
Yes, sure, thank you.
So then, Victoria, we would not need to amend any documents that we have now. We could just rely on you to make that note in the site plan agreement?
If committee's comfortable with that, I believe both of us, it would be both of us executing that agreement ourselves, so we're quite confident with that, but again, that would be up to committee's choice.
Okay, thank you. Member Burns?
Just a quick question. Who's the right of way in favor that runs through the property? Or just to the?
So through the chair, that information wasn't provided with the application. The survey that we did receive described the limits of that right of way. I would assume that the right of way is actually for Myers Road to provide access.
Okay, my only caution is that if it were something like a hydro right of way, I mean, they have their own rules with setbacks, but
We
it's
didn't
not.
identify that on the site either when we were there. So I'm pretty confident it is just the extent of Myers.
I don't know, we've been up there 30 years and I don't know who's right of way it is.
It's not a township road concession, is it?
It's a private road, I know that because we paid.
Right, but
But other than that, I don't know.
there could be license of occupancy on that private road if that was a township road concession,
If it was, yes.
if it was.
Yeah.
All right, so we're good with that. Member Matthews?
Mr. Ferguson's already asked my question, so I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Member Demke?
Okay, I was at this site, I couldn't really see where everything was, so this really helps. I had just a question though, I see there's two other proposed things gonna happen, the vestibule and screen porch.
Yes.
And they see tree markings around it, because they did see some tree markings when I first
Yes.
went there. How long from now would those two be? Are they going to be ongoing developed? I know they're not part of this application.
Yes, yeah, we were told we would need to go to committee for those two items.
Okay, maybe.
So we're just waiting on engineer drawings, which will be done in about a week, and then we're gonna apply for a permit to get that started.
Okay, it's probably more a question then for the building department, and I'm starting new at this, so I might be asking a moot question, but if we build the two-car garage and then build the other two things, will that affect another variance for gross square coverage or anything like that?
So as part of staff's review of the overall development, we did consider those two additions to the dwelling. And there would be no further variances required to facilitate the construction of those two additions as well as the garage.
Okay, so that won't cause a problem down, okay.
Yeah.
That's all I had, I got it, no problem.
Yeah, because on my original application, I thought that we did have to apply for that, so I put everything on the application, and then afterwards I was told that we didn't have to for that portion, so.
Well, it's good that it's on there because it allows me to ask the question, because I'm still trying to learn what's covered and what isn't. Thank you.
Member Jarvis?
My question is follow up to comments made by Councillor Bocek. And it's to the planning department. If we put something in the site plan, do we have, it's suggested we're putting something in the site plan agreement concerning restricting what can be done with that garage once it's built. Within the site plan agreement conditions, can we do that? The site plan conditions usually are very, very minor things, based on my experience as planning council. And site plan agreements don't give us a lot of power over major things. I'm not sure where this fits in, but do we have that, are we allowed to exert that control is my question.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councilor Jarvis, that's a good question, and in this specific case, again, because the extent of the structure being proposed, I don't think it's feasible for them to ever get that livable space above anyways, but just to ensure that, we would require that essentially on the actual site plan drawing, it would identify that garage would not permit any livable space above. So essentially, if the applicants were to ever come in with a new building permit in the future, that plan would be referenced, and that would then have to come back for approval if they did want that. We wouldn't be able to just issue a permit. Straightforward.
And then just to follow for point of reference.
More for staff to just be aware moving forward.
That would stop some future owners from just doing it and they're not seeking approval.
And we have that problem every year.
Okay. Thank you. If they're involved in one more question?
Just one more quick question. You haven't shown an avenue to access the property on this map in the way of a driveway. You obviously have an existing driveway currently to get into your property on Myers Road. And that garage is obviously in that path.
Yes.
Are you gonna have to change your driveway to get to this garage? Okay.
Okay. If there are no further questions or comments, I'll read the resolution. Be it resolved that the Township of Georgian Bay Committee of Adjustment approves the minor variance application A20-12 to zoning bylaw number 2014-75 for 126 Myers Lake Road to permit the construction of a detached garage with a minimum rear yard setback to an accessory structure of 1.0 meters where 4.0 meters is required, and a minimum setback to an accessory structure to a private road or a limit of a right-of-way of 1 meter where 4 meters is required, subject to the following. A, that municipal taxes be paid to date. B, that approval of this variance is granted and fixed to the subject site plan extent, location, scale, and use contemplated in the application. C, that a site plan control approval application be submitted and approved, and that a site plan agreement be executed detailing the proposed development, vegetation retention, and construction mitigation measures regarding phosphorus management. And D, that an existing vegetation on the property shall be preserved and enhanced as much as possible. And E, that approval of this variance expires 3 years from the date of decision if building permits have not been issued for the approved structure. All those in favor? The application is approved unanimously. Our next application is A20-13.
Mr. Chair, sorry, can I just interrupt for a second? I just want to make sure those applicants have since arrived. They were gone, but I think the planner just arrived. We just want to make sure that the appropriate are here.
Okay. Okay, I'll restate then. Our next application is A20-13 for Island 1700 Georgian Bay. To the planner, please.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry about that. We just wanted to make sure we did kindly send some people away earlier to make some space. So, but the applicant's plan area is here now. So you're okay with me proceeding?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple of colleagues coming in, but we kind of were guessing the time. There'll be a little more material. I'm sure we can proceed though with.
Okay, then let's have planning give us the overview, and we'll go from there.
Thank you. So the next applications in front of committee are applications A2013, which is the minor variance, and application B2007, which is the consent application. And they were submitted for Michael McCain on behalf, by John Jackson, planning consultant on behalf of McCain. The applications are in regard to Island 1700, two separate properties that do currently exist on that island. So an overview of the application, the consent application seeks to allow for 2 lots to merge under the Planning Act to facilitate the proposed lot consolidation. The consent application does not result in the creation of a new lot. The original requested minor variance that was circulated for committee required both an increase in maximum gross floor area and an increase in maximum dwelling width. But upon further review, additional information has been provided that the application no longer requires the gross floor area increase. So the application now only requires the increase in dwelling width, which is requested at 38.06 meters, where 25 meters is permitted. So just to go over to slide 46, just has an aerial image of the subject plans. And as you can see, it's quite a large island. Currently is 2 separate parcels, and the applicants intend to merge that into full ownership. And of course, the subject lands are located within the Cawasheen Coastal Waterfront Community and zoned SRI-7 in the zoning bylaw. So again, there are 2 concurrent applications in front of committee today, the first being the consent application. So this application is required in this case to allow for the properties to merge into 1 parcel. The reason for that is because the prior lots were created through an original consent. And essentially the rule of thumb is once a consent, always a consent. So in order to break the consent and allow for properties to merge, we essentially need to allow for a small lot adjustment or lot boundary adjustment to happen, which will then automatically merge the properties. So the application essentially proposes to, again, facilitate that small lot addition to break the severance and the properties will then merge. The second application is to request a minor variance to facilitate the construction of a replacement recreational dwelling on the proposed consolidated lands. So essentially where the existing dwelling and cabin is located, a new dwelling would be built in that location. And again, it would end up being 1 large lot versus 2. The applicants have submitted an arborist report prepared by Sumac Environmental, to mitigate negative impacts to the tree community that exists. The applicant has submitted to the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks for a preliminary screening regarding species at risk. Comments from the MECP have not yet been received. As I'm sure you're all aware, sometimes that can take a bit of time for us to get comments back. But in advance of those comments, the applicant has taken the positive initiative to prepare a species at risk assessment in advance of those comments, which identified a number of recommendations that would be then incorporated into a final site plan agreement for construction litigation measures. So at the time of the writing of this report, planning staff were reserving a recommendation to committee, again, pending the receipt of the comments from the MECP based on the species at risk. But again, I did want to mention that the applicants did do a full study regardless of the results of that coming back from the ministry. So a recommendation in writing to committee would be permitted in a subsequent staff report if the committee did choose to defer the applications. And otherwise, the applicant's planner is here and he can give some more detailed information of the proposal, and I can answer any questions otherwise afterwards. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Victoria. Have we received any correspondence on this application?
9 letters of support was received from Michael McCain, Hannah McCain, Alexander and Lauren Jones Davies, Jonathan and Julia McCain, Scott McCain, Douglas Turnbull, John Lloyd, John and Lynn Boiler, and David Drinkwater. And then 1 additional letter was received from Bill Sayers and Tom Halpenny on behalf of the Cognishing Cottages Association in support of the consent application and not the minor variance application.
Okay, thank you very much. Is the applicant present? And would you care to add comment to what the planner has said already?
Yes, actually, I would. So
could you identify yourself, please, for the record?
My name is Patrick Coulter. Our firm is the project managers for the McCain family of projects here in the area, and have been here now for 4 years in Honey Harbor.
Yeah. Could we get the spelling of your name, please?
Coulter.
Thank you.
First name Patrick.
And did you have some comments as well that you would like to make, sir? And I'll get your name and.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we address is it proper just to sit right here?
You can sit right there, but
okay.
Give us your name and address.
Okay, it's John Jackson.
John Jackson.
I'm a planner from Paris Town, 70 Isabella Street, P2A1M6. And we have a third person, Chairman Rod Mills, who is our species at risk consultant.
Okay.
And he may, we're going to ask him just to give you a bit of an overview to the background that Victoria spoke to.
Okay, and could I ask you for your name and just for the record as well, just save a little time?
Sure, yeah, it's Rod Bills, B-I-L-Z. Company name is FRI Ecological Services. Address 1875 Seymour Street, North Bay. P18067.
Okay. And just before you begin, I just would like you to know that we've all read the application and we're familiar with everything there, so please don't repeat anything that we have already in the essence of saving time. There will be a great opportunity at the end for all the members of the committee to ask questions if there's something that's unclear. With that, would you please, whoever would like, go ahead and provide the comments.
I'll begin, Mr. Chairman. Again, my name is Patrick Coulter. We're the project managers. So, the project, first of all, I'd like to apologize to the committee because it appears in the application that we request 2 things. One for an increase in size and second for the increase in length. The increase in size is a mistake freshly created by me. I'm used to working in the imperial system, so as we revised the plans, I kept changing the imperial size, neglected to change in the last version the metric size. So that on our site plan, we show 2 different sizes. One is the true size of the building, 3498, and on the other, it shows a metric size. The metric size got carried on, obviously, to John's applications and into the planning department. but that's an error. So we're not requesting a larger than normal approvable size under the bylaw for the building.
Okay.
The length of the building is supported by, which you'll hear from John and others. But I think that probably the most contentious issue is the fact that we have a species at risk identification for the island. This island is not unique or different from all of the other islands in the region, has the same species at risk identifier. And the reason that gets highlighted for this application is because we're asking for a committee of adjustment difference. If we weren't here in front of the committee, the application would not be required for a species at risk. If we just came and applied for a building that met the 25-meter distance, size, and length, we would have just gone and got a building permit, got our septic permit, applied for our bunkies, and then under construction at this point. And admittedly, it was a bit of a surprise because this is the third time I've appeared in front of you for the group of applications, and anticipating, by the way, I'll be here another 3 times for this client and for others. But at the last minute, then we were told this species at risk application was required. Maybe if we had known a few months in advance, it wouldn't be as big an issue as it seems today. But that's why we advanced along with Rod to get a proper review done. He's an expert in this field. He's done many of the islands here in the area, and we'll be able to speak to that specifically. But the key thing is that this island's not unique. It's the same as all the others. The requirement wouldn't exist if we weren't coming here. And the reason we're here is the fact that the client was insistent that we stay on the footprint of the existing cottage and monkey. They insisted we not remove any trees around the building, and that even our impact for the septic system had to be minimized. So we've done an exhaustive study now with the CC Tatum and Associates looking to minimize tree removal related to the possible septic system options, and now have exhausted 3 primary choices in different types of systems looking to minimize the footprint. The bunkie, after Rod's review and John's review and the landscape architect's review, was adjusted from the site plan mildly. Mildly, when I say that, it was to save 2 trees. Then the owner authorized the architect change the shape of the building because we're not going to cut those trees down. So that's the client that we're representing. They are responsible to the guidelines presented both in our bylaws here and in the standards that are expected here in Cognition. So, they're doing their very best. The extended length, though, we provided an aerial fly around, which I don't know if the committee had an opportunity to see, and a group did a full aerial drone review, and also then provided aerial shots from around the island. So you could see kind of what you see from the water today and when the new building is built really doesn't read as much different. The landscape architect has kind of assured us that in their planting plan, on the upper end, because the building follows the rock contours and has 4 separate levels within the building, just to keep the building shorter and tie to the landscape better. Those issues, what he's done, there will be no visual impact difference because the length that's between the 2 halves of the building now, it's the only thing that lacks in the current bunkie and cottage construction. And the length from the end of the deck to the end of the bunkie today as it presents itself from the water, the new structure is actually shorter than that. So our request to you today is twofold. One, to take all of that into consideration, but secondly, that this MECP approval, Rod will speak to, but our wish today is that we get really a conditional approval from the committee that says that, bold assumption, that we're approving the overall length of this building, we're approving the merger of 2 lots to become one, and that the condition of being able to actually build that building would be us achieving the approval through MECP. And maybe if we could ask Rod to just speak a little bit about that now, about the MEC proposal and procedures.
Okay, so as Patrick was saying, we have done quite a few of these on very similar island lots in Georgian Bay, and developed a bit of a standard and procedure to do the screening based on the habitat present on the islands. And in this particular case, and in the other ones as well, we typically don't just look at necessarily the footprint of the buildings themselves, but kind of take a look at the entire island, because the habitat components that may or may not be there, we have to see how they would function, how that cottage may interrupt or interact with those functions. So we did do that full screening of the entire island and identified anything that could potentially be habitat for the eastern fox snake, as well as some other species as well. And this is the type of report that we've been routinely submitting to MECP for approvals on Georgian Bay, and in all instances in the last year, those have been approved. So we're going to use a different methodology. We're using the same methodology, the same standards and principles for this one as well. But as Patrick was saying, there's a huge backlog right now at MECP, and we have some applications that have been sitting there since February. We still have not heard anything yet. So it's really sort of the bottleneck in this development. And as Patrick was saying, that it would be nice if we could at least get the approval that what we've done to date is fine, and we'll just get that. We'll try and see what we can do to get the MECP to provide us with a letter saying that they agree with our conclusions. And I can also concur that while I was out on the site, they had taken the time to shift the footprints of the buildings to try to save as many trees as possible. Even when in some cases when it probably wasn't necessary, but you could tell that they are trying to take steps to do the best that they can with the site that they have, and try to build to the topography of the site and keep as much of it as possible. I think that's pretty much it.
Okay, thank you very much.
And Mr. Chairman, I suppose Don might be able to speak about the planning issues.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Patrick. I'm sorry for interrupting, but through you, Chair, can we ask questions of the person who used to the delegation?
Well, if we could just hold on for a short session, we'll get the public and the applicant looked at, and then we can proceed with questions from the committee.
Okay, I'll be very brief, Mr. Chairman. The information's before you. You can see where I think this proponent, this applicant, has done pretty impressive job in terms of comprehensive presentation. When it came to the MECP, the world is a changing place, as Rod's described. It's a proponent-driven exercise, regardless of whether we needed a variance or whatever. We still have to comply with the legislation. We have to look after those animals and species and habitats thereof. I think in most cases, planners speak about looking at adverse or negative impacts. I mean, this is a case where the island is now 2 lots. We're merging and collapsing them into one, so it's a positive impact. It's actually happening overall. We appreciate the concern over the species at risk. Got Fricor, which is a specialist in that legislation. I think regardless, as I submit, that we have to comply with that legislation. So if we could have hand ask the committee to go ahead so that the construction schedule can work, not to disregard the MECP legislative requirements, but to incorporate that as a condition of the decision that we must have regard for that, which really goes without saying. So I think overall, this is a pretty positive, good planning application. I think that the reality is the buildings that are replacing the 2 buildings that are side by each right now, as Patrick has explained, is going to be imperceptible in terms of distinguishing what's there today from what will be there replaced with new structures. So questions, we're glad to get that answer. So
thank you all very much for your input. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak to this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring the application before the committee for questions, and we'll begin with Member Bocek.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to direct my question to our planning department. We're well aware that the MECP, MNRF, everybody at this stage of the game due to COVID-19 is deferring approvals. I've been waiting almost 6 months for an approval now from the MNRF, and they're just saying there's probably no chance you're going to receive it in the immediate future. So this is an already developed island. This is an island that already is inhabited. It has structures on it. They're not planning on increasing the structures on this island. I'm wondering if the demand for the species at risk approval through the MECP in this case is even warranted. And I pose that to fellow committee members too, that this might not be achievable in the near future as things clamp back down again. So I'm not putting a lot of weight on my decision on the merging of the two properties based on the fact that someday we might get an approval from the MECP. So my question to you is it legislated and is it demanded by you to have an approval from the MECP?
So through your chair to Councillor Bocek, that's a great question, and I will provide clarification. So the reason that essentially triggered us to ask the applicants to contact the MECP is essentially the lot that does exist, the northern lot that does currently exist, is currently vacant of structures. It will be further developed, and you are correct that the main lot that does have the existing dwelling in Bunkie is developed. The portion to the north, because of its vacancy, is what triggered us to just request that a screening be done to make sure, again, because it is intent of the applicant in the future to put structures on that property. So this was the planning department, just, being extra careful, taking that into consideration. I can concur with the comments with the applicant's planner and yourself, again, given the circumstances, and we all do understand that the MECP sometimes takes a while to get back to us. And again, the applicants did go above and beyond and did do that study for staff and for committee to consider, which again was not even at the request yet of staff. So we did appreciate that of the applicant. If committee were to just add in as a condition as suggested by the applicants that letter MECP clearance to the satisfaction of the township, something to that effect be at this condition, I absolutely would not see a problem with that. Of course, staff does like to provide recommendations in writing, but again, given the circumstances, given that the applicant went above and beyond and essentially did the requirements that the MECP would have requested anyways if there was an issue, I don't see that being an issue moving forward for committee to consider.
Victoria, just getting back to Mr. Bocek's question, I understood him to say, do we need to have an MECP evaluation at this point? Can we strike that from the requirements?
Staff requested it based on that vacant piece of the lot will be further developed.
But can we remove it?
You don't need to require it. No, it's up to committee. If you just want to take into account the species at risk study that was provided, which is absolutely, I think, feasible at this point, you do not need to require that as a condition.
So does that require us to make a grammatical change to the resolution that we're going to present or not?
So the resolution that we prepared for committee in this case, I will just verbalize it so everybody's on the same page here. So the application, again, this is for the minor variance application and the consent application. The consent application requirements are all just the general consent requirements, the deeds be provided, the plan be provided to the township, the new drawing, and to ensure that those lots do in fact merge. So those are the requirements for the consent application. The requirements for the variance only require a site plan control application be approved and estimate to the township, and that the variance expires for 3 years. So we do not have that language in either of the motions in front of you, so no changes would have to be made.
So how did this become an issue if it's not in the,
Because we requested deferral of the application to confirm that. So
Was
staff
that-
did not
okay.
put it in the resolution,
All
and
right.
again, further discussions with the applicant in the last few days, we decided not to amend that for you.
okay, so you're,
I'm satisfied.
yeah, okay. Member Ferguson? Any questions or comments?
No, my only comment was that, we often see applications before us that require a species at risk assessment, and there's never a reference to the MECP, so I'm in total agreement that we waive that portion of the requirement. Other than that, there's the question of the width, which we still haven't addressed. And
Do you have a question about the width, like?
well, we're looking for an additional, I think, 43 feet.
Yes, sir.
Which, given the size of this island and the size of the structures and where they're placed, I really don't have a problem with it at all.
Okay, thank you.
End of story.
Member Matthews?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I have a question of Victoria Planning. I was at the site, and the 911 number on that is 4 Island 1700, not 1 and 2 as indicated in the application. So I'd like, because I remember seeing the pictures, I walked along and I saw it, and then I saw 2, and I thought, where the heck is 2? And found it, and it's a ways out, up on a hill, totally different building. So there's an opportunity here for, I think, some confusion because the numbers are wrong. And I wonder what do we do about that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize for the confusion of that. So on the notice, we identified the subject lands to be Island 1700 because we're dealing with 2 separate pieces that were essentially going to merge into one. The parts 1 and parts 2 that you see are what the parts are identified as on that 35R survey plan. So I apologize. The 1 and 2 are not in fact the municipal address. That's the parts on the survey. I
Which we
apologize.
didn't have, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So I apologize.
So I hadn't totally lost it.
No, you have
Okay.
not. The overall island is still Island 1700.
Actually, Councillor Jarvis is nice.
So my apologies for that confusion.
And I just had a question of Mr. Coulter. You said that if I remember correctly, that the existing building will actually be shorter than, the new building, sorry, will be shorter than what is existing? Is that correct?
By about 4 feet.
By 4 feet. Because of the building up at the top and then the other one and just the topography of the land? Okay, thank you.
Member Demke?
No real questions. I think anything's been answered that I might have had. I just had the 2 proposed bunkies in the northern part. That's for another application whenever that happens.
So through you, Mr. Chair, those bunkies, the size, once the properties merge, they would be permitted 2 sleeping cabins on the property based on the lot area. So, and it is the intention of the applicant to meet all zoning requirements for those structures in the future. So I doubt they'd be coming back to committee from my understanding.
Okay, no other questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Goldberg had a comment.
Just by the way, that the client only has to have 1 bunkie. However, because the bylaw provides for 2, we put 2 on the site plan just to say that that may happen. It is not their intention to go ahead with 2 bunkies at this stage. We've actually reduced the size to have 1. And again, after Rod's work was done on identifying, potentials of breeding and daytime spots for the endangered species, the location was changed slightly as to where that would be. And the shape of the building was actually changed to better suit, the research that he had done.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jarvis?
Notwithstanding my lamentation that a nice cottage is being taken down to put up another one, that has no bearing on how I work side here. I'm happy with what's been done. I really appreciate the SAR. I think it's important that every effort be made within the Picardie community and elsewhere in the area. These types of things be done and followed through on, because maintain this area for the environmental attraction that it is. I have no problems with the application.
Okay, thank you. If there are no further questions or comments, I have two resolutions to read. We will begin with the consent application. Be it resolved that the Township of Georgian Bay Committee of Adjustment approves the consent application B20-07 to zoning bylaw 2014-75 for Island 1700 Georgian Bay to allow for 2 lots to merge under the Planning Act to facilitate the proposed lot, subject to the following. A, that municipal taxes shall be paid in full up to the date of request of issuance of the consent certificate. B, that deeds for the transfer are submitted to the Secretary Treasurer along with a registered copy of the survey plan. C, that a complete set of digital drawing files of the reference plan shall be provided to the Township of Georgian Bay. And D, that the severed lands shall merge with the lands known municipally as One Island 1990. The owner's solicitor shall take all necessary steps to ensure that the parcels merge under the Planning Act. This may include a deeming bylaw, in which case must be completed prior to the consent certificate being requested. And finally, E, that section 50, subsection 3 of the Planning Act is applied to all future transactions involving the subject lands. All those in favor?
Sorry, Mr. Chair. May I ask a question?
Yes.
If I heard you correctly, you referred to Island 1990.
Yeah, sorry, I just.
And I think we're Island 1700.
So it would be 4 Island 1700, sorry. If you could just scratch that and sign beside
Can
it.
you get approval to some other
Yeah,
island?
no, exactly. I apologize.
Yeah, they just found out they're merged.
Oh, no, you're my neighbor.
Yeah.
So
That, the 3 minutes at the neighbors.
yes,
Yeah.
that's it. Sorry.
No, that time you merged them. Okay, so we'll just correct item D, that the severed lands shall merge with the lands known municipally as 4 Island 1700 Georgian Bay. The owner's solicitor shall take all necessary steps to ensure that the parcels merge under the Planning Act. This may include a deeming bylaw, in which case must be completed prior to the consent certificate being requested. All those in favor? The consent application is approved unanimously. The second resolution we have refers to the minor variance. Be it resolved that the Township of Georgian Bay Committee of Adjustment approves the minor variance application A20-13 to zoning bylaw number 2014-75 for Island 1700 Georgian Bay to permit an increased maximum dwelling width of 38.06 meters to facilitate the construction of a replacement dwelling on the merged lands, subject to the following. A, that approval of this variance is granted and fixed on the subject site plan, extent, location, scale, and use contemplated in the application. B, that a site plan control approval application be submitted and approved, and that a site plan agreement be executed to incorporate and address the following items. Firstly, detail the proposed development, and secondly, incorporate a vegetation preparation plan to establish a natural state shoreline area and shoreline activity area in accordance with section 4.30 of the zoning bylaw on the subject lands. And C, that approval of this variance expires 3 years from the date of decision if building permits have not been issued for the approved structure. All those in favor? The minor variance application is approved unanimously.
Thank you, committee. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay. Our next, thank you, Mr. Coulter. Our next application is A20-14 for 356 Birch Acres Drive. To the planner, please.
So just to keep everybody on track, we're on slide 15.
Is this Island 1990?
Is Colin, is he just appeared
I think you declared on the.
There it is. Okay, so our next application in front of committee is 820-14, submitted on behalf of Murray and Patricia Sneddon, submitted by Victoria Hoffman from Flow Drawings and Design. This application is in relation to 356 Birch Acres Drive. So the applicant has requested a minor variance to facilitate the construction of a new replacement dwelling on the subject land. The requested minor variances are for a reduced front yard setback to an attached deck, a reduced front yard setback to a dwelling, and a reduced accessory structure separation from a dwelling to a septic tank. Also, the rear bay of this property is an identified wetland, and the applicants did submit an environmental impact study regarding that to the township. So the next slide in front of you shows the approximate location of the lands. Again, as you can see, it's just off Birch Acres Drive, which you can gain access to off of South Bay Road in Honey Harbor. So the applicant is proposing to construct a replacement dwelling, maintaining the setback, the front wall location of the existing dwelling, while enlarging the dwelling footprint towards the rear and west of the property. Again, to reiterate, the front yard setback to the dwelling is not changing. It's just an additional setback to the deck that is changing from what is there currently. The proposed location would not require the removal of large amounts of vegetation from the lands to allow for construction. It is also confirmed through staff's review of the application that the proposed construction would not exceed the maximum permitted shoreline activity area as required in the zoning bylaw. Section F5814 of the official plan states that new residential development or expansions to existing residential development shall be limited in size in the township zoning bylaw in order to protect the character of the area. The proposed dwelling meets all of the provisions of the zoning bylaw, including lot coverage and dwelling height. The proposed dwelling is taking advantage of an existing building footprint in order to not disturb any further vegetation on the property, as well as the septic location and traveled right of way to the rear of the property also impacts their proposed locations that they could have put the dwelling. Again, the proposed dwelling is taking advantage of the existing building footprint, and it is not anticipated that the construction will have a negative impact on the existing character of the area, given the vegetation retention along the shoreline and the size and scale of the surrounding dwellings as identified through a site visit by staff. Again, the shoreline activity area requirement in the zoning bylaw and the official plan has been reviewed by staff with help of the applicant, and it is confirmed that they do in fact not exceed that requirement, which is great. And overall, the application does conform to the official plan. So again, the intent of provisions in the zoning bylaw regarding front yard setbacks to dwellings and decks is essentially to ensure that there's reasonable distance between built form and the waterfront, both aesthetically and obviously for safety reasons as well. The proposed replacement dwelling is located in a similar footprint to what currently exists and will have no impact on the existing natural vegetation and activity area that exists in the front yard. And again, from site visits with staff, it is clear that that front yard area is well utilized by the applicants, and they're able to enjoy some decent privacy as well with the existing vegetation. So overall, the replacement dwelling proposed is mindful of the existing topography, vegetation, and character of the surrounding area. The visual impact to the community is anticipated to be minimal to the adjacent neighbors and from the lake. The requirements of this minor variance relate to the distance of development towards the shoreline, which maintains what currently exists on the property. The proposed development is considered minor given the existing conditions and meets the 4 tests of the Planning Act. And staff are in support of the application in front of committee, and the applicant's agents are here if you have any additional questions about design, construction, what have you.
Thank you, Victoria. Has there been any correspondence on this application?
4 letters of support was received from George Sinclair, John White, Mark Hellenzi, and Ed Stickle.
Thank you very much. Is the applicant present, and would they care to add anything to the planner's comments?
Yes, so Claire Hoffman from Blow Drive, through Violet Drive, Route 7. We tried to do a good job presenting this application. The report was thorough. The representative on behalf of the Senate is John White is here as well. He can comment.
Okay, we have your name for the record, please.
John White, I'm a neighbor to the Stebbins. I'm at 266 Birch Acre Drive, and they asked me to assist with their plans, working with Victoria and also with committee.
Thank you, Mr. White. Do you have anything to add?
The first thing that the Stebbin family asked us to look at was the on-site septic system. They knew it was aged. They wanted to know where compliance was. We went through it, had proper surveys done, updated surveys, all that good stuff. Had it plotted on the survey, and we can meet compliance with the septic and today's regulations. The reason for the request for relief on the septic tank is so that we can move effluent as opposed to moving sewage, and that tank would go within an existing septic system. So the existing one, the base elevation of the existing is in all likelihood, because we're all Bay people here, the base of that is likely at the lake level today, possibly even lower than. The new system, because it would go compliant, was something very much that the Stebbin family wanted to see. They've got a lot of their family, and I think Patricia's sisters all live in and around Weber Island neighborhood and that sort of thing, so they're very much in tune with what and why we're trying to accomplish with that. So that was the number one goal that they brought to me when they asked me for my opinions and that sort of thing. And then we moved from there on to the house or the cottage, which they've only been around for about 3 seasons, and they thoroughly enjoy the area and use it 12 months. So it was time they've decided that they want to make the investment in Georgian Bay Township and turn this into a future home for them and their children who are growing into their own families, hence the need for more space, which Victoria's accomplished, and so on.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak to this application? Seeing none, I'll bring the application before the committee, and we'll begin with Member Cattle.
On the survey here, that's proposed, it's hard to read it, that's proposed deck in front or existing deck in front, right?
It's
just on the survey, that's the existing deck in front, right? On the.
Are you looking at the proposed or the existing?
It's kind of hard to tell from the top of the survey, it's not.
There's a great deal, sorry to interject, there's a great deal of the existing deck which is in very good repair and would remain, which I believe Victoria shown.
So the existing deck and
but
the proposed deck.
we've still shown it as proposed, because this is a replacement of, even though that physically, at this point, there would be no value in removing it, as long as it's not in harm's way during construction.
It's just kind of wrapping around towards the other.
What do you guys want to do for now?
Okay, Councillor Bocek.
Victoria, my questions are going to be directed to you. I'm very familiar with the site. I spent quite a bit of time down Birch Acre Road. Mr. White will attest to. My question is, on the location map and the aerial photo, it shows a regular boot-shaped lot, whereas on the survey, it shows straight line projections. So I have 2 questions here. Why is the survey not showing that extended shoreline? And lot 350, which is the next door neighbor, it looks like their water access has been taken away because this lot goes in front. Was there a purchase of a road access or purchase of a road allowance here that allowed that? And if it was, how did they buy the property in front of the neighbors?
So through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Bocek, that's a great question. Again, I'm gonna have to call this to, from my knowledge anyways, an error in our CGIS mapping system. It's my understanding that that was never owned. Essentially, the shoreline, because 350 in our system does not own that shore, does not appear to own that shore road. There was an issue in our mapping system that it essentially converged both parcels into one. Colin is obviously experienced in this matter.
I just surveyed the adjoining property a month ago, I guess, and the ownership doesn't go like that.
So it follows the straight line?
Yeah, straight line, straight line.
Okay.
Blame it on our mapping.
Yeah, it's the mapping.
Yeah, Mr. White, do you have a comment?
The two properties used to be owned by one gentleman, Mr. Bruce Atchison, who just recently passed over the course of the winter. They've always been two properties, but I believe that irregular shape has existed since his purchase, probably back in the 60s. He was a very unique gentleman. And my understanding is that was corrected some time ago, but not forwarded into every system. But the two properties have the line that you assume would belong.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, so ignore that, that's just mapping.
Okay, that was really my only concern, because everything else is very straightforward, it's just that stood out as being odd. So I don't have a problem with this application.
Member Ferguson?
I likewise have no problem with this application.
Okay. Member Matthews?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess one comment maybe to planning department. I was out to this site and there was no notice, there was no staking. It was impossible to know what they were going to be doing. Same was true with Mason in Cloud Point and Cognizant. There was a little bit of staking at McCain property, but again, no notice. So for me, when I'm driving there looking for a notice, either by car or by boat, and there is no notice, I get a little hesitant about maybe trespassing on somebody's property, particularly with the McCain where the 1 and 2 should have been 3 and 4. So just a note to staff that, because I think the applicant has to put the posting up, right?
Yeah, and through you, Mr. Chair, to Member Matthews, staff, so in this case, for most of our applications, staff do in fact post the notice on behalf of the applicants. Most municipalities, they do require the members to post, but again, most of the time, because we're going up there for site visits anyways, and because the majority of our homeowners, actually, these are secondary residences, they're not up as much, so we take that burden on. So in this case, we actually did post the notice at the beginning of Birch Acres Drive when you come off, essentially where Birch Acres comes off South Bay, and then before you turn to go further to the left. We did intend to post it there purposely because we felt that more people would have seen it. So we do have photos in the file that was in fact posted. In the future, absolutely, we can start posting multiple if committees.
I just feel it'd be better if it was at the property
itself. The way that we looked at it, because it's so far at the end of the road.
I sure didn't see it at South Bay and Purchase.
Because it's so far at the end of Birch Acres Drive. We felt that really the only people that were going into that corner anyways were the owner and maybe, 364 and 386.
And maybe Mr. White.
And maybe Mr. White, and just the exposure wasn't as much there. So that was on behalf of the committee. I apologize. We should have sent you a message.
Just for going forward.
Yeah.
The other thing was, I to say, was there is a bit of a rock cropping between on the backside of the septic, so there's really not much other place for this new residents to go. So I don't have a problem with this.
Thank you, Member Debque.
Did you have a statement?
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I'm also the custodian. I got voted to be the custodian of Birch Acre Drive, go figure. So Birch Acre Drive runs east-west, and when we have guests over, there is no designation as to what anything goes. Mr. Matthews, you likely saw a powder blue sign, which we recently put up with the house numbers and arrows when you came to that T intersection. Opposed to that, Victoria and her staff were kind enough not to nail anything to our nice new signpost, and it's clear to me because I live there. On the hydro pole directly across the street, there is the appropriate notice. And typically, as a custodian, when somebody stops to figure out where they're going on Birch Acres, where staff put it is right where everybody stops. Thank you for your support tonight.
No, I'm not criticizing, I'm just saying, for going forward, maybe 2 notices, right?
Yeah.
There's one, and then at the property, because I'm driving down there, sort of following my GPS, hoping I'm on the right road, and it gets narrower and
I'll
narrower.
invite you over another time. And
Well, if I'd known you were there, I would have had coffee with you. Thank you.
Member Deputy?
Okay, well, you took one of my questions. I did see the notice and then I didn't know where I was going. But I followed the GPS and got to the place. Actually, the owner was there. I did talk to him and everything was fine. The septic was, getting by that big rock was a real problem. So he was explaining how that was going to be taken care of and I had no problem. It's good.
Councillor Jarvis?
Yeah, Commissioner, I did the paperwork that I read earlier on, and they talked about it being a resource-based recreational dwelling. What is a resource-based recreational dwelling? Is they have a mine shaft going down the middle of that, or what?
So through Mr. Chair, Councillor Jarvis, so that is the language that is used in the provincial policy statement. And the District of Muskokas, just essentially, it's the nice way of calling it a cottage. It's just more the policy way.
It's
So
more words instead of one, okay.
we're just trying to keep you on your toes, so that you understood, so.
You're right.
We're not approving the septic per se, we're approving the separation of the septic from the building, correct?
Through Mr. Chair, that is correct, and this distance of 1.5 meters, this has been reviewed by the building department, it does meet building code. In that instance, everything is fine, and they have no issues with it as
So
well.
I understand the challenges with regards to the geography, so it makes sense to me, so I'm fine.
Thank you very much. Just back to you for a moment, Victoria. The separation of 1.5, what is that accessory structure that we're separating from?
The septic tank.
Is that what's shown in the drawing here?
That's where that rectangle, that's the location of the septic, or to be location of
Oh,
the
so
septic.
this is a new septic.
That's part of the new system that will be installed.
Oh, okay. So, I visited the property as well. I have to re-emphasize the comments that Member Matthews made. Not only at this site, but several of the ones that we visited on 6 Mile. There was no sign, and a number of them, the location of the proposed development wasn't pegged. So you have to guess, and it's makes it very awkward. I would think that that would be something that planning could make somewhat more mandatory than what it is.
I appreciate those comments. Moving forward, we will be further stringent on requiring people to do that. When it comes to the notices as well, I know that the Mason application was also discussed. When it comes to water access only properties, they are typically posted at the marinas. So yeah, we do struggle with our landscape here, but moving forward, we'll be more diligent in posting multiple signs.
On a minor note to that, I noticed that some of these applications are nailed to trees, and a nail in a tree is not a good thing. Other municipalities have very colorful posts, like real estate signs that either are freestanding or will you stick in the ground so that there's no interference. In this area, trees grow on rocks. And what a way to end your 150-year life is some guy driving a nail in. Anyway, I won't belabor that. The tree hugger. All right, and don't be spitting on the fish. There's an additional comment.
Yeah, just an additional comment, perhaps. Mr. White, you help me with this. The circulation of notices obviously went out to all the neighboring properties within a certain distance, and I'm just wondering, and if I may, through the chair, ask Mr. White a question, that the neighbors directly to the west probably don't have the capacity to respond to the mailing, being the Stonemans, and we know what we're talking about. Was there any consultation with the Stonemans on this, or do they know what's going on?
They're very, very aware, and Mrs. Stoneman is a lot more internet savvy than most of us in the town.
Oh, she's smart, yeah.
She's a very savvy lady. They are aware. Their daughter Sherry is moving forward with the family property and so on. And her comment to me was, she would like to endorse it. She didn't want to make a statement pro or con, but felt that it's good for our neighborhood. And pardon me, part of her comment was they would be so hypocritical as the water level is higher than their basement floor now, and they are in proximity of about from where I am to Member Jarvis to the high water. So they felt that they've enjoyed this for many, many years. They take advantage of both frontages, including the one into the PSW and so on. And they felt that this was just a dramatic improvement to the neighborhood. Had vendors seen the two properties that used to be connected when number 350 recently was sold, there was 13 boats, and the Beverly Hillbillies truck, a 1932 Ford, came out of one of the barns, and there's trees growing through the roof, and the property that the Steddens own was in similar condition when they purchased about three and a half years ago. So on behalf of our neighborhood, they've made such dramatic improvements, and as custodian of the road, Murray is one of the first folks, him and neighbor Strasburger, the first couple every Sunday to chip in and help with our neighborhood, and we love having them there.
Great, thank you. Thank you. Okay, if there's no further questions or comments, I'll read the resolution. Be it resolved that the Township of Georgian Bay Committee of Adjustment approves a minor variance application A20-14, the zoning bylaw number 2014-75 for 356 Birch Acres Drive to prevent the construction of a replacement dwelling with a minimum front yard setback to a dwelling of 7.54 meters where 20 meters is required, a minimum front yard setback to a deck of 4.78 meters where 20 meters is required, and a minimum accessory building separation distance of 1.5 meters where 5 meters is required, subject to the following. A, that municipal taxes be paid to date. B, that approval for this variance is granted and fixed to the subject site plan, extent, location, scale, and use contemplated in the application. C, that a site plan control approval application be submitted and approved, and that a site plan agreement be executed detailing the construction mitigation measures outlined in the environmental impact assessment, proposed development in the natural state shoreline area and shoreline activity area in the front yard in accordance with section 4.30 of the zoning bylaw. And D, that the existing vegetation on the property shall be preserved and enhanced as much as possible. And finally, that approval of this variance expires 3 years from the date of decision if building permits have not been issued for the approved structure. All those in favor? The application is approved unanimously. Thank you. Our next application.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I know we have some members that want to be excused, and I have to leave this meeting due to a previous engagement, and I'm just wondering, are we going to follow the quorum if I leave and someone excuses themselves? I don't want to leave. I don't want to leave any of the applicants stranded.
No, we're good.
Are we okay?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. Then if I may, I'd like to be excused from the meeting and have the record show that.
Yeah. And would you take Mr. Gatto with you? Okay, thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Very on. Okay, our next application is A20-15 for 174 Smooth Rock Road. To the planner, please.
All right. The last public meeting is today, A2015, for lands located at 174 Smooth Rock Road on 6 Mile Lake. The applicants are, for the committee, requesting 3 different minor variances for the construction of a proposed replacement dwelling. One being a reduced front yard setback to a screened room of 18.9 meters, where 20 meters is required. And increased gross floor area of 275 square meters, where 223 is permitted. And the third variance requested is an increased maximum dwelling width of 22.7 meters, where 19.8 is permitted. I just want to make the committee aware that a new septic permit has been issued from the building department for a new septic to go on the property to serve the proposed replacement dwelling. Slide number 59 is a survey of the property, which does lay out the proposed development. There's some small land-based accessory structures like sheds on the property, and a docking facility along with the existing dwelling. It also shows the location of the proposed dwelling. It may be a little bit hard to see on the slide that you have before you, but there are some red circles on that survey. Those are identified areas of tree clusters that the applicant has shown currently existing on the property. Slides number 60 and 61 are of the site visit pictures that staff took when we visited the property. The location of the proposed replacement dwelling is essentially immediately behind the existing dwelling that you can see in those pictures. So as indicated in the staff report, staff have reserved a recommendation to the committee today. As part of our review of the application, the subject property was identified as being within 120 meters of the provincially significant wetland. As such, the township's official plan does require the completion of an environmental impact study to ensure that there are no negative impacts on the proposed or on the PSW as a result of the proposed development. So staff did recommend that through the staff report, as we had not received the EIS at the time of writing the report. Just to let the committee know, and I believe it was circulated yesterday too, we have received an EIS completed for the subject property. Staff have not yet had an opportunity to thoroughly review that document, and at this time we are still recommending deferral of the application.
Okay. Well, is that the, if in fact the application is not sufficiently documented to proceed, then I see no reason not to provide a deferral for that. We really don't need a vote to do that. We just need to mark the application as deferred. Questions from?
It is a public meeting, so we do need to bring that forward. And I believe that the applicants are here to speak.
They've been waiting a long time. I would hate to not allow them the opportunity to speak. Mr. Chair.
They've been here since the beginning of the meeting.
Yeah,
Oh.
I just.
That seemed a long time ago, for sure.
To be fair.
Okay, then, have you finished your presentation then, Brent? Thank you. Have we had any correspondence on this application?
We've received 2 letters of support from Anne Braun and Julia Manning.
Excuse me? Ken Ormsby is my next door. I think I heard you use it on that lady. Ken Ormsby.
That's their neighbor, and I think you could apply for one.
From Myers, like,
Oh, I read the wrong.
Oh, my mess, yeah. Ken Ormsby is my neighbor.
Okay.
And he wrote a letter
Yeah.
in support, so I think I heard you mention it to that lady.
Okay, we have that letter, yeah.
Yeah, we received a letter from him with general comments, but
Okay.
we'll make note of that.
Okay, thank you.
So, this is the point that we would have some input from the applicant. So I see 3 people out here. Could you please identify yourself with your name and address for the record? And we'll go.
Yeah, my name is Lawrence Menz. I'm with A&R Design to Build. My address is 7 Pine Point, Ocean Valley, Ontario.
And Miss?
I'm Marina Mayato. I'm from 1351 Eden Rose, Mississauga.
Okay.
I'm Jason Mayato at
I'm sorry, your first name?
Jason Mayato.
Jason.
Son of Marina and Joe.
Okay.
And I reside at 1059 Lakeshore Avenue East, Mississauga, Ontario.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, and is, who's going to speak, or each?
I can just say a couple of words. I guess we've been working on the planning of this project for better part of a year. I think we started design work, and we were sort of thinking that, or led to believe that as this summer, that planning issues were okay, and we had correspondence between the township and ourselves, and then the indication was everything looked fine. And then a couple of weeks subsequent to that, we submitted our documents for building permit, and all of a sudden we had some issues. And those issues have been addressed, and then are, I think, before you as we speak. And we did get the environmental impact assessment report yesterday. The report indicates that it's from McCaskey Nielsen Associates, concludes that the proposed works on the property is illustrated in the drawings indicated in Appendix B, and that's the site plan and the working drawings for the project. Will have no negative impact on the natural features or ecological functions of Go-Home Bay wetlands, including those functions relating to species at risk, habitat, and fish habitat. Nor are there any concerns that water quality will be negatively impact, providing a routine construction best management practices are properly implemented. So that is in essence, the conclusions of the report of the ecologists and environmentalists who prepared the plan. We've done this extremely quickly. Literally gave them the information last Friday. They went out on Saturday, did a review, and put together this report on our behalf, which we are very grateful for. The problem that we're facing is that the Miatos have been planning this for literally 40 years. They bought the property. They've enjoyed it as a 3-season cottage with their family and friends for the last 40 years. They have sold their house in Toronto and are living in high rent district accommodations in the city. Their intentions are to make this their permanent residence. And the longer we delay, literally, we don't start foundations come by the end of October until next May. And if we don't get this thing approved and in the ground, they're another year. They won't get into their houses until December 2021. So I was hoping that you could find within yourselves to perhaps approve this application subject to maybe the town's planning department's review of this document.
Okay. Thank you very much. Is there anything else that you'd like to add?
No, I just like to move in as soon as possible.
Okay.
It is a year-round residence for them, so this is their permanent, going to become their permanent residence. And that's one of the reasons why in the original application, we have a little bit larger gross floor area. The garage takes up about 500 square feet, and they needed an attached garage because they don't want to be in the middle of winter trying to fumble around with groceries. They're going to be senior citizens getting in and out of their cottage and so on.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep.
Jason, did you have anything you wanted to add?
My mom's not too comfortable public speaking. Unfortunately, my dad couldn't make it today. And this has been a long time dream with them, more than 40 years. We're also, my wife's having a child, and so is my younger sister. We are a growing family, and we've made do with the cottage. It's in horrible repair. Mold, it's literally splitting in two. And we've been so lucky to enjoy this property. It's been a really long journey even to get to this point, and to be deferred any longer, just the financial impact and the scheduling to our family is detrimental. Like as you guys know, it's hard times for everybody right now. You know, and to stretch this out another year for them, continue an additional year lease, this could financially destroy our family. And this is something that we've been wanting, you know, as long as I can remember. You know, I grew up there. I spent my whole life on St. Lake. And I've been very grateful and always enjoy bringing up new guests, and it does never get old for me. And I look forward to do the same with my child this coming year. And if this does continue, this dream may not be realized, and my father may be forced to liquidate this property. And it is an extreme concern of ours. So like I said, we hope you can take that into consideration. And we've done everything. And as far as we're concerned, we didn't need this EIS, environmental impact study, when my father first contacted the township. And because there was a minor variance, we understand that that has changed. And we've done everything. And even regards to the variance or the way the property is to be laid out, a lot was taken into consideration is the view. If you do look at the topography of the property, there is where they are looking to pivot the cottage, our view would be obstructed, as well as there's a drop off there. So it also pushes us back and overlooking our neighbor's property as well. So I know, thank God Lawrence has worked diligently with my family to get it this far. And as far as we're concerned, there was no issue. And we are trying to push on, and I appreciate you taking our words into consideration this afternoon.
The other thing is that the cottage, the old cottage is about 75% in the road allowance. That now, and I don't know, you own the road allowance or not? I don't remember. Maybe you bought the road allowance.
Yes.
You bought the road allowance. But the new cottage essentially is coming back behind that, so it's really further back from the water by that amount.
Okay, well, thank you very much for those, especially for that long wait, as well as persevering and giving us those comments. I know a lot of us have been on site and are familiar with it. The washer, just
We just wanted to make a further comment to committee before you entered to ask any questions of us, just to clarify.
Okay.
So the committee does have the ability to vote on the application today. Staff did prepare an amended resolution that did incorporate an additional condition other than what was recommended in the report, that the findings and any recommendations of the EIS can be incorporated into a site plan agreement.
excellent, okay.
So the committee can choose to evaluate.
That makes our job a lot easier. Thank you very much, Brad. Okay, are there any members of the public who would wish to address this? Seeing none, I'll bring the application before the committee for any questions or comment, beginning with Member Ferguson.
Yeah, nobody left over here. We did, I did visit the property, and you're quite right, the existing cottage's lifespan has expired.
Yeah.
Really has. So your front yard setback, you're looking for a difference of 4 feet. You're adding an extra 560 square feet to what you're permitted, and the width of the dwelling an extra 10 feet. But after inspecting the property and getting an idea of which way it was going to be situated, I really didn't, and a lot of the building is going to be back further from the lake than it currently is. So based on those factors, I don't have a problem with it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Member Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Member Ferguson summed it up. I didn't have the luxury of seeing it, but I
couldn't find it. Oh.
No, couldn't get to it by boat, actually, or by where my boat is. Anyway. Yeah, and the numbers seem to be really quite nuts. Sorry, I'm just trying to scroll to it. Yes, it's front yard setback of 1.1 meters, so 4 feet. 3 meters for the dwelling width, and an extra 500 feet roughly of gross floor area, which is a garage, which I find hard to believe that you would be a senior citizen, but I understand snow and cottage country, and
we're all senior citizens.
I would want a garage myself, so I think it would be important for this committee to go to the second resolution and adopt this on the basis that if the EIS study has anything negative to say, then I don't know what happens. Do they come back to us, or does planning halt the process, or what? The worst case scenario? Right?
So through your chair, we did do a quick rundown. Really, all that came through was what was spoken. They're essentially construction mitigation measures that we're going to implement through the site plan agreement. Again, just to make sure that the shoreline is protected, silt fencing, what have you. So I don't see there ever being a reason for us to come back if there's I didn't notice any negative connotations in the report after a brief.
So if, worst case scenario, Victoria, if there was something glaring that somehow everybody has missed, does that put a halt to the process, or?
Staff would do the right thing and come back to committee to discuss.
Oh, you can come back to us, okay.
Yeah, in this specific case.
Yeah, thank you.
Member Depew?
Yes, I visited the site as well. I don't know how anybody could have stood it, sat in the porch at the front left corner because the piling's going that way. So I can see why you would want to do that. I didn't have a problem. I had a question, just, there's a black X mark somewhere near the front corner, maybe that corner. And I wondered was there significance? I can't remember now if it was on the building or on a couple of trees or.
And that's.
Yeah, it was painted.
Stumps that are.
The stumps?
There were some stumps as well, okay. They're gonna be removed like with the X?
Yeah.
They're gonna be removed.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we didn't have any,
They're probably in the midst of the new office.
Yeah.
Okay, that was fine. Then the tree clusters, are those just meant to show that they're gonna stay?
yes.
Okay, because that would have been the only other thing I had was, are the trees gonna stay? But other than that, I can see why you want to do it. I have no problems.
I just wanted to assure Member Demke that those trees could be protected through the site plan as well.
Oh, yeah, I see, right.
Councilor Jarvis?
I'm comfortable with this as long as we make sure that GIS is incorporated with the site plan.
Yeah.
That's why that'd be fine.
Okay. Thank you. I visited the site as well, surprised to see what was acceptable, the septic system running over top of the ground. I thought was rather interesting. It looks like the gray water just dumped on the ground. So I guess those were things that were in place that will be replaced. I think you've got an excellent plan, certainly in favor. If there are no other questions or comments, I will read the amended resolution. And be it resolved that the Township of Georgian Bay Committee of Adjustment approves the minor variance application A 20-15 to zoning bylaw 2014-75 for 174 Smooth Rock Road to permit the construction of a replacement dwelling with an attached garage with a minimum front yard setback to a covered deck of 18.9 meters, where 20 meters is required. An increased maximum floor area of 275 square meters, where 223 meters is required. And an increased maximum dwelling width of 22.7 meters, where 19.8 meters is required. Subject to the following. A, that municipal taxes be paid to date. B, that approval of this variance is granted and fixed to the subject site plan extent, location, scale, and use contemplated in the application. C, that a site plan control approval application be submitted and approved, and that a site plan agreement be executed detailing the proposed development, existing vegetation protection areas, and areas of new planting within the front yard in the manner prescribed in the applicable policies of the Township of Georgian Bay official plan as they relate to the administration of site plan control, and incorporate the recommendations of the environmental impact assessment. And D, that the existing vegetation on the property shall be preserved and enhanced as much as possible. And E, that approval of this variance expires 3 years from the date of decision if building permits have not been issued for the approved structure. All those in favor? The application is approved unanimously.
I don't know what it is with people on 6 Mile Lake. When we were doing, I was doing site inspections, there's Big Rock Road, Smooth Rock Road.
Yeah. On rock.
Yeah.
Welcome, Ms. Cole.
So we
Thank
can,
you very much.
You're welcome.
Thanks, guys. Thanks very much.
Good luck with your building, man.
Thank you.
See you soon.
Probably good soon. Thank you.
What is the pitch? Oh, okay.
It's the word for state.
Our next application is a consent application that is not subject to public hearing. application number B20-04 for 201 Macy Bay Road. To the planner, please.
We are at the last application. So.
We'll have a brief recess.
Yeah. Don't do that to me.
And then drinks at Tom's.
Yeah. Okay.
So I will be brief because of course you all heard, you were all present last month and this application was in front of you last month. Again, given some circumstances, the applicant or their agent were not able to attend, so I did my best to give you some information, but there were some points of clarification that many of you had asked for, and luckily we have the applicant's agent here with us today. So again, this application proposes to create one new lot along Macy Bay Road. Again, the general concerns or questions that many of you brought forward were essentially just confirmations about certain items on the property, including the existing driveway that went down towards the water, as well as some existing flooding areas in the proposed dwelling footprint. And I did my absolute best to provide those comments to the applicant agent. So hopefully he will be able to provide some clarification, and then you can hopefully make a decision on the application.
Okay, thank you very much, Victoria. Is the agent present? Could you please identify yourself, your name and address, please?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Stephen Sherbach from Plantscape Inc., 104 Kimberley Avenue in Bracebridge. I just wanted to, first of all, apologize for missing the meeting last round. I did have a bit of a COVID scare that I was ready to go Monday morning, had an issue with somebody in our office. I just couldn't, as a citizen, show up to a public meeting not knowing until everything was fine, and everything is fine, so that's why I'm here. I'd like to thank Ms. Lemieux for trying to hold the fort. We were texting back and forth bright and early that morning to try and deal with this, so thank you for your efforts. I'm here to answer the questions, and I've carefully reviewed the minutes of the meeting. I can go through some of these questions if that's the desire of the committee.
Yeah,
sure, certainly. So now I think there are a number of zoning related questions with, specifically for the sleeping cabin as an example. I understand that there is a condition in your decision in front of you today to deal with these zoning matters at a separate rezoning application. The rezoning application is going to deal with things like setbacks, increased setbacks. We're discussing with the planners if there's the ability to at least maintain the sleeping cabin until the main dwelling is constructed. Your zoning bylaw right now doesn't permit an accessory structure without the main use. So we'd like to negotiate that through the zoning application to see if it's applicable and, more importantly, conforms with your official plan. So that is, there are some setback recommendations from the EIS that was in front of you. Of course, the applicant's willing to abide by that. We've submitted the rezoning application to deal with that. And then specifically related to the cabin that it exists, again, if push comes to shove, the owner is happy to remove it, but for the time being, we'd like the opportunity to further discuss that with your staff, subject to that secondary application. So that's the first question. The second question related to the roadway. So there's a roadway that accesses the main cottage property. There's a secondary roadway on the opposite side. And there were some questions from the committee as to whether or not there's going to be fill. We understand it's underwater. I will notify the committee that this is a legal right-of-way. It is a court-appointed right-of-way to provide access to an island property, so it can't be closed. It does have specific rights that are in place as it exists today. And the applicants are looking to perhaps utilize that as an entry point into the severed lot. Understanding that it is flooded, water levels are high. When I was there 2 summers ago, it was free and clear. But regardless, it does provide a necessary access point, and that can't be quote unquote closed without the 2 private individuals dealing with that. So I hope that addresses the question related to that, it has to remain open, I guess is the bottom line in this case. And I think there was another discussion about the location of the future cottage, and I believe there were some wet areas in that area. The applicant's fully aware of it being a building envelope. They're finalizing the design, but we are comfortable working with your staff and your site alteration bylaw and fill bylaw to ensure that, you know, there's not going to be fill that's going to be placed to elevate this, get rid of the area. This has been reviewed by the environmental consultant. They've reviewed the building envelopes. They're comfortable with it, that it's not something that's sensitive in nature and warrants the protection. I think it's just the status of the wet time that we've had recently. And again, they're willing to work with the tools that you have in place, site alteration, filling bylaws to ensure that anything they do complies with those regulations as well. So I'm happy to answer any other questions, and I appreciate your time today.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's poll the members of the public. Being there's no members of the public, we can move past that and bring the application before the committee for questions or comments, and we will begin with Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you. My other question only pertains to the second access road that we spoke of, and you're saying it's legally existing. My question in the planning department is, in context that it is legally existing, doesn't make it right. And if water levels are going to stay high, it doesn't make any sense to even have it. Are there any means for us to close that down? I suspect they'll want other access to the property once they decide to build anyway. It makes sense to me looking at the diagrams. But do we have any way of deeming that road to be closed?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not aware of any vehicle that the township would have the right to close a right of way on private property, unfortunately. And I believe that, yeah, I'm not aware in any of my experience of any ability for the township to deal with that.
The road that just drives into the lake doesn't make any sense to me anyway. Sorry to hear that. Other than that, I'm pretty happy with what's going on here. I'm happy to hear that the applicants willing to work with the planning department.
Thank you. Member Demke?
Yeah, my only question originally was about, I couldn't find the road because it was underwater. I don't really see if you've done the environmental assessment stuff and they're trying to do the right thing. There was a statement said about removing the building or not, if it was required.
Yeah.
The monkey?
Yes, yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that was.
If it was a requirement.
Yes, I mean, they obviously would like the ability to keep it there, but again, subject to discussions through the zoning application, we can either put in a special provision in the zoning bylaw to say that it can stay until the main use is done. And again, we're more than happy to work with staff to ensure that something that comes forward complies with the bylaw and conforms.
So that's something planning would look at.
Through you, Mr. Chair, correct, that would be something that.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
Member Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, Stefan, I'm glad that you're healthy and didn't get sick. But I do appreciate you staying awake. And secondly, though, I appreciate your explanation and your answering to the questions that did arise a week ago. And also thanks to Victoria for taking such great notes that you were able to answer them. So I feel quite satisfied now with this application.
Member Ferguson?
I agree with the comments. Previous members, I don't have a problem with it.
Okay. Just a couple of closing comments here. A lot of the questions around moving the bunkie once this consent for severance is made, is there a new owner starting this construction process right away?
Mr. Chair, no, I believe it's a family, and I think the family has 2 siblings. So severing the property provides the existing cottage to go to one sibling, and a new lot to go to the other sibling. So it is kind of, it's for estate purposes, as I understand it.
And that's what my understanding was as well. That bunkie is rather small. It's sitting on top of rock. It could be easily moved onto what would be the retained property because it's basically on the line. I don't see why that becomes an issue here. If the township required that lot to be empty, yeah, I don't see that as a hardship to move that bunkie to a new location. The second thing was that we had, notwithstanding the right-of-way that's there, it is, and to your comments, I don't see where anybody would necessarily have a problem. It's underwater, it's not underwater. That's up to the person who's trying to get out to their island. And if they are a family member as well, then I don't see an issue. But where there is an issue is the proposed new driveway going into that building envelope passes through what appears to be significant wetland. It's part of that same significant wetland that the right-of-way road is underwater on. Is there anything in that environmental assessment that addresses the importance of that significant wetland on the way into the development envelope?
Great question, Mr. Chair, and yes, the environmentalists specifically addressed that in an addendum report because that was a question that we raised, the owners and ourselves, when we actually received the documents. We received the final document, and then that question was asked. So yes, there is an addendum to that. The addendum said, no problem. You know, provided that you know it's in an area that doesn't involve a lot of vegetation or site alteration to get up there. I think because of the high water, that may pose a different wrench into it, but at the time when they did the assessment and the study, it was all dry at the time and everything's fine. But simple answer to your question, yes, the environmentalists did look at that and they are satisfied.
And I would ask then the planning department the question, if in fact when building permit was applied for, does site alteration requirements kick in? Do people go visually inspect the area that's going to be done, or are we looking at drawings?
Mr. Chair, sorry, do you mean when it comes to the building, like the new dwelling being built, or the road potentially changing, like the driveway?
Well, they're the one and the same. If you, you know, on the drawing that we have now, the building envelope is identified, and if you physically go and look at where that is, the good portion of that envelope is underwater. And it's the same water as the provincially significant wetland. So my question would be for the town, if you know, let's say the severance is approved and building application comes forward, does the building department do a physical inspection before issuing a building permit, or do they do it from drawings?
So in this case, they wouldn't do an on-site.
They would or would not?
They would not, sorry, they would not. And primarily because the proposed building envelope is actually outside of the jurisdiction of any of the township bylaws when it comes to site alteration or blasting or anything like that. And the site alteration bylaw also speaks to the filling. So whatever fill would be required to properly make sure that that is built structurally sound, that's essentially all that the building department looks for in that case.
Oh, is that right? So where's the cutoff? Where's the limit?
So anything outside of the 20-meter setback from the water. So those bylaws only actually pertain to the area within the shoreline. So anything outside of that, they can actually, whatever fill they are required to do, once they have a issued building permit, they are able to do that.
So site alteration, tree removal, anything of that is not in scope of?
Correct, it is only, anything outside the 20-meter setback of a shoreline property, unless it's specifically zoned PSW or open space, does not apply. And in this case, the PSW is along the shoreline, so it does not apply. Yep.
Okay. Learn something every meeting. Okay. If there are no further questions or comments, I will read the resolution. Be it resolved that the Township of Georgian Bay Committee of Adjustment approves the minor variance application A20-50. Sorry. I'm rewinding here. Be it resolved. Be it resolved that the Township of Georgian Bay Committee of Adjustment approves consent application B20-04 to zoning bylaw 2014-75 to permit the creation of one new shoreline residential lot from the subject property located at 201 Macy Bay Road, subject to the following. A, that the lands be zoned to ensure compliance with the zoning bylaw to establish additional setbacks for future development from the shoreline and the EP-PSW to prohibit the establishment of additional shoreline structures and expansion to existing shoreline structures and to establish vegetation protection areas. B, that the severed and retained lots be subject to site plan control. C, that deeds for the severance are submitted to the Secretary Treasurer along with a registered copy of the survey plan. D, that a complete set of digital drawing files of the reference plan shall be provided to the Township of Georgian Bay. E, that section 50, subsection 3 of the Planning Act is applied to all future transactions involving the subject land. And F, that municipal taxes be paid in full to the date of request of issuance of the consent certificate. All those in favor? The application is approved unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I just needed to.
No, you know that.
Oh, yeah.